This episode 240, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I don't know.
Fuck Jeff Wilson,
Oh.
I think. I mean,
yeah, everything's Geoff Wilson. We're all Spartacus. No, we'll get into all that a little bit later. We'll ease into it. Eric basically wanted to spend the first hour and a half talking about it. He is under construction of his personal Geoff Wilson shrine, as the #1 Geoff Wilson fan in the entire world. But we're not going to discuss that right away. I'm just not that interested. I don't care, not to that degree. And listen, what I wanted to talk about, I'll tell you what I wanted to talk about. I was trying to be a man of peace here, Bobby. I was trying this week to follow on other things. I don't know if you realize this. The road to the Nationals already started.
Oh man,
we're already on that road. Not only are we on the road. I gotta
put up with those videos of comfy shoes and oh my God.
Bobby, listen, you're weeks late, my man. Jay Lee has already been on the case for weeks, and
really?
Leighton Sheldon on his has already done his first episode, his road. So we don't have just one road to the National. We got multiple roads. We've got a highway to the National.
Has Leighton got another show now?
Yes, he's got another. We're on the super highway to the National.
Yes,
I know it's the end of March. I know it's the end of May, but we've got a highway, we've got a byway, we've got a tributary, we've got a river, we've got everything.
My way.
We're gonna do a cruise around the world to the National.
We should do that. They should have that, and then it ports at. Where do you port in Chicago?
I think that's the problem, Bobby. You end up hitting a wall, and it's like, guys, you still have to get to the convention center. How are you gonna portage? Grab the canoe. Take it straight down. All right, read a couple comments here. Josh here says, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you. Absolutely.
Did you say Jeff or Josh? Sorry.
I said Josh.
You kind of screwed up there.
Listen, it might be a point of on my part.
I'm just saying, listen, I'm not going to push it.
All our pregame might have caused this problem. I blame someone who remained nameless. I'm just saying, I blame someone. Right there. Timeless Cardboard says, I heard Sports Card Live. I think you mean Sports Card Radio. Have retired. Still not heard from Sports Card Therapist and your favorite show, The Great Curator. What's happened to Hobby? I think Curator's still around. I don't know if he's actually making anything. I haven't kept an eye out. Sports Card Therapist is definitely gone. He disappeared.
Yeah.
Sports Card Live, I'd like him to be retired. That might have been a Freudian slip on your part. That might be wishful thinking. I'm pretty sure the Sports Card Live guy is still around. I'm pretty confident. Yeah. But I do appreciate the optimism, though. We can only hope. Eric Shirt. There you go, Ty. John. Good evening. Goat. Damn right. Evening, gents. And boobles. Boobles. Indeed. So, Eric, look, like I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because, frankly, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? I would like to think so. But, look, I want to make clear. This is important. Bobby, I did this with Victor. I'm going to do it with you as well. The opinions expressed by Bougie Eric are not those of Dr. Carlos or the Burrell. Frankly, we disown and disavow everything he has said. In fact, we disavow everything he said at all times, really. There is pretty much no time at which we do not disavow what he says.
I will testify in court, yes.
Yeah, we will not be party to this foolishness, this nonsense.
Tomfoolery.
Just high level, Eric, and I'm going to give you a very, very short leash. I want to know what you, given the controversies and the scandalousness that you have caused and reaped upon this hobby, what you have to say for yourself. I said what you have to say for yourself. Your shirt isn't going to cut it. What else?
What do I have to say to this?
Sorry, you were preempted by the $1 Million Man. Go on.
That's how I feel. He has summed up how I feel. It has been an entertaining week. First of all, anyone who even pays attention to anything that's said on this show, shame on you.
Or was it on this show? Listen, do not besmirch the good name of the live.
Yeah.
That was on the podcast. We're supposed to be 5% more mature on there, and someone broke the sacred trust. Eric.
Well, I'm on pain medication.
That's not an excuse. You also have a lot of concussions. That's also not an excuse.
I have had one, like a week and a half ago. So my latest one. So that could be part of something.
See, Bobby, I'm sitting here trying to give an example, be a man of peace.
What about the last 5 years, though? I don't get it.
Honestly,
Like,
I've had a lot in the last 5 years, but in the last
Wow.
week and a half, I had one.
Wow.
No, just everything you said over the last 5 years.
Yep.
So,
Philly Joe, good evening, Carlson gang. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Philly Joe. And Ham's here. Eric, you still healing, or is this a new better you? Better is questionable.
Still healing. For those who made some nasty comments about, you know, me living in my mother's basement and wearing sunglasses indoors,
get the wheelchair out.
I guess you didn't watch the actual show, and to find out that I have a pretty serious eye injury, and I'm very light sensitive, and you know, I'm recovering, and under doctor's orders, I have to wear sunglasses. So, and I still wanted to be a part of the show and do this. So, although it's a little uncomfortable, the sunglasses help a lot, and I've dimmed the lights on the computer screen and things. So, I'm able to do this for a bit. So, to all of you who said nasty things about me wearing sunglasses, you can all go pound sand.
Now, for people that said things about him, that nasty things that were not related to glasses, we co-sign. We agree.
We're good.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, the rest of it, like, probably is true. That's probably legit.
Yeah.
We tend to agree.
Mostly.
Yep.
So,
Dr. Beckett ordered Eric to wear those shades. That hack.
He does
not have the ability to prescribe such things. How dare he?
It's all over the hobby news. Anyways.
It's crazy. Bob Jackson, good evening. So we got Bob Boozle, good evening. And Bob Jackson, good evening. They can go pound sand while I go screw. Do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. I get it. I respect it. Right here, good evening. Welcome back, Eric. You didn't fall off the bike again? Not in the last couple of days.
No, not this week.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been on a bike. That's why. Maybe in the garage.
I haven't. Yeah, I was in the garage a couple of times since my crash, but I haven't been outside since my crash.
Indeed. Eric's glasses, actually, those are the old Pinnacle Code diffusing glass frames. That actually would be pretty sweet. Good reference. Paul here says, we want your eyes to get better so you can see us flipping you the loud bird and clear, sir. Flipping you the bird loud and clear.
Yeah, I don't want to miss that.
That's valid. Yes. So it was funny. So just let's have a conversation about this for a minute. Obviously, Eric's being scandalous. By the way, all the things he said about Beckett, Teapot, and Entrepreneur's Klein, again, we do not co-sign. This is all on him. If he's getting clipped on those things, by the way, I mentioned with Victor, if any of you caught my conversation with Victor that dropped this morning, I want to make clear, I do feel that it was underreported Eric's personal disdain and attempt to start 3 simultaneous civil wars.
Right.
Like the headline dominated the conversation when really we should be paying a lot more attention to these other things. Like, what the hell, man?
Well, obviously,
so that's just for the record. We'll get back to that, but I'm just saying, I feel like it's been underreported.
Right, because I have plenty to say about that too, but go ahead.
We'll get back to it. But I'm just saying, underreported. Now, very important.
Very important.
If I did enjoy the contrast, and that's why I had fun with Victor, and then also in the video that was the follow-up to the podcast episode. And I was explaining to Victor, I kind of was talking with him about it. And Bobby, this will be the analogy that I'll use because it's one of my favorite analogies right now. It was, do you remember that TV series that used to air for a little while, The Masked Magician?
Yeah, I do vaguely remember it. Yes,
I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah. So all it was really just a professional magician who, under a mask, would demonstrated different tricks, illusions, whatever, and would go through them. Yeah. And I was laughing because I was kind of telling Victor when we were talking about it, is that I laughed because it's almost like doing an episode of that on YouTube where you show a trick, an illusion, whatever. You walk everybody through what the trick is, how it's done, and then I'll take it a step further. You go to a whiteboard and literally go step by step. This is how you would present the trick. This is how you would do it. Add your own flourishes to it, but this is basically how it's done. Right from A to B to Z, all the way to the end. Cool. You do it. And then you demonstrate the trick. And the person who has just gone through this, where you've been taught exactly how to do this trick all the way from beginning to end, looks at you and goes, "Oh my God, how did you do that? Was that magic?" And then you stare at them like you're an idiot. Because they're like, I literally told you how the trick was done. What are we doing? I enjoyed the contrast. So the real thing that amused me was the contrast between Dustin's video that he did and his comment section, and then obviously our comment section. And for the record, our comment section, most of them got it. Because, and I think the biggest difference was that they went beyond the headline and then actually looked at the clip that, and that's why I said I made sure I made clear the clip that Dustin used was 100% legitimate. He asked if he could use it, and I said no problem. By the way, he didn't have to ask. It was a nice courtesy. I appreciated the courtesy. Again, you don't really have to. If you do this on YouTube, anybody can clip anything they want or react to whatever they want. You don't have any rights to it. You've already put it in the public sphere. But he asked, and I appreciated that. And then I said, yeah, go ahead. Now, what's funny is the clip he played was valid. But if you listen to a little bit before and a little bit after, you get a little more additional context. And that's really the key. It's like a lesson in, media literacy. Just reading the headline isn't going to get the job done. Like, if that's all you're doing, my only thing is you want to write a book report and tell me the book sucks. Make sure you at least read the book. Just reading the cover, and I'm not going to respect the comment if you didn't go beyond the cover page. You got to do a little more, because then you can say, oh yeah, I'll tell you exactly why I think this book is crap. Okay, then yeah, I'll hear you out. I might disagree with you, but I'll hear you out. At least we can have a conversation. We can have a discussion. It's funny. That's why it was funny. It was that, and that's why when I did the video here right after, I said, okay, look, number one, I told you exactly how this could be done. And then we ended up doing it inadvertently. Eric kind of dropped it in our lap. Wasn't planned, but it made for some entertaining fodder. And I kind of figured, again, I had the choice. I didn't have to use that title. I could have made the title different, but the title was very provocative, wasn't it? Kind of worked, didn't it?
So let me say just a couple of things, and somewhat seriously, to kick this off. First of all, with Dustin's video, I think he did a great job. It was funny at times, entertaining. And at the end, as he was kind of wrapping it up, he explained it perfectly. Yep. He understood it. He got it. And he sent that message to his audience. And I thought he did a really good job with the whole thing. Like, he's not an idiot. He got it. And he tried to explain that to his audience. It is clear that
we reached the low of lows discussing this.
Oh, Bobby, I'll have you know, we reached that low about 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm just saying.
We've never left.
But
we didn't have to go to the gutter. We live there.
Yeah, true.
But what is clear is that his audience didn't even watch his video entirely. One person actually admitted they stopped watching at 4 minutes 44 seconds.
That's pretty long.
Okay.
Oops.
Admitted.
I heard Dustin's watch time, man.
Didn't watch to the end. Didn't have Dustin explain it. Like he's talking to children, and explain exactly what this was all about. And all that did was prove my point.
I proved part of your point. Let's be fair. I proved part of your point.
Listen. The word I used was goat. Take that up. That's just for a second. Forget that was said. Every single thing else I said, I believe, was factual. And you can't.
His internet doesn't believe him, Bobby.
So no. Let's take a quick look at what this whole situation's about. Geoff Wilson made a video. He had many follow-up response videos.
Pause for 1 second. Let me read a couple of these comments. Will Green Investor, y'all never not so bad my hero. Never even dream of it. Eric will be building a shrine for him in the 4th hour. Stick around. Yes. Bob Jackson says, we're not at the bottom of the barrel anymore. We're excavating under the barrel. Facts. Zach says, Bobby might have to go to a national in 2028. Atlanta's in finals. We'll come back to that. Remind me, Zach. I want to come back to that because hilarious. We'll come back to it. Josh here says, Eric wears sunglasses at night. Could be a catchy song. Maybe.
It could.
I enjoyed people claiming Eric was clout chasing. Oh, Eric is so clout chasing. He wants to be Hall of Fame adjacent so badly.
Oh yeah.
So desperately. There is no low he will not stoop to.
I got a kick out of some of the accusations. It's like, all right, they don't watch the show. They don't know me. They really don't know this shirt was purchased for a reason. So Geoff did a video. Many people did a response video. In our response video, there was a response video to our response video. And to my knowledge, there were 2 other videos in response to the response video that was done in response to our response video from Geoff Wilson. The angriest people that type the most, typed the nastiest, they're so wrapped up in this. They don't understand that they proved my point more than anything else. Not the comments that supported me, not the comments that agreed with me, not the comments that supported Geoff. The hate comments, the hatred towards me, the hatred towards Geoff. All you did was prove me correct. You proved my points. Thank you. I don't know if you could take a step back and realize what you did. Watch the entire piece that we did that came out on Monday night, came out Tuesday, from our podcast. Take a step back and realize everything I said was correct. You're part of the problem. It's your fault that Geoff has the influence in this hobby. You are what causes me to say he's the GOAT. Because
that, and you're also certifiably insane.
All you
at
have
gunpoint or knife point, sorry, yes,
is put that guy's name in a title. And last count, Dustin's response video had like 1,000-something views, 90-something comments, most of them negative. Clearly, like Carlos said, clearly people didn't even watch his video. They saw a picture of me looking foolish in these sunglasses and went right in attack
I'd
mode.
apologize, but I regret nothing.
Yeah, well, yeah. This idiot who wears sunglasses in his mother's basement.
And for the record, outside of the mother's basement crack, also facts. I kind of agree with the majority of those. So to be clear from Eric's point, just so that we're all on the same page here, the Geoff Wilson hate, you pretty much could have, set your clock to it. You knew it was going to happen.
Oh yeah.
The hate towards Eric, honestly, I kind of agree with them.
Yeah,
I got to be honest.
I found it hysterical. I mean, I've been laughing all week that people would take time out of their day to even recognize my existence, whether it be positive or negative. I just thought was hysterical. Do you people realize that I think I'm a
people? Oh boy.
Do you people realize that Eric
in Boston,
you're nobody? If it helps you, I promise that we know you're a nobody.
Don't give me credibility. I can't afford that. You don't want me walking around thinking I'm important. You want me to think that nobody cares about me or anything I have to say.
And that's my job.
Me.
Bobby, they're trying to undermine my position. Exactly. I have been making this position from day one, and I will not have it undermined.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was surprised that.
And in spirit of that, I'm going to mute Eric. All right, I'm going to read a couple of comments. Bob Boozle says, Geoff Wilson, response video industrial complex. I like that reference. Well played. Beautifully done. Brendan Ryan says, reminds me of the movie Castaway. Remember how happy he was when he found Wilson? Yes. This is like lemon.
Pretty much.
News, the Sports Card Illuminati welcomes Eric at the weekly breakfast luncheon. You might get free breakfast. This is pretty good. Zach says, is this at half speed? He's explaining this so slowly. He has had a lot of concussions.
Yeah.
A lot of concussions.
Half speed. Yes, it is.
Breakfast luncheon sounds nice, but kind of contradicts itself. Do better. We got to work on it, man. Billy, good evening. Wonder if we can program AI to make this response video. That would be interesting. I wonder when they'll realize, Bobby, that Eric has been AI.
Maybe he is AI all along. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mike Ham says, I'm going to try putting Geoff in the title next week. Damn right. Put him in the thumbnail too. What's up, gents, by the way? Good evening, Billy. Geoff here says, hello, everyone. Hello, Geoff. Bob Boozle. I want to make sure I acknowledge everybody's comments. Some good ones. So we're going through them here. Eric's existence transcends time and space. It might. Billy says, I have been drinking all week. Valid. Mac Ham says, Carlos, you're missing the laughing plug for the $1 Million Man. Ham, you're a couple of minutes late. I hit it right off the top.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Eric is a 4 times better investment than Kyler Murray. I like it. Will Green Investor.
Maybe.
CC says, seems like Eric is working hard to get Geoff's affection. Working hard to get adjacent to the GOAT. Damn right. Listen, I got to tell you guys, though, before I unmute Eric, I'll finish reading these comments, but I got to tell you, I am deeply concerned about this, CC. I feel this is in jeopardy. And Bobby, I'm deeply concerned the implications for this show, this live stream, and the hobby as a whole. I'll explain why in a second. Bob Jackson says, Eric looks so much more like Favre with a hat and glasses on. Maybe. All he's missing is a stupid mustache. Maybe. Billy says, Eric made some real good valid points. Geoff Wilson is nothing if he's not polarizing. True. He does generate attention to hobby. And that's so really, that is the key piece of the puzzle. And the responses to it, just by putting him in the title, putting him in the thumbnail. So if you guys do check out Dustin's channel, he did a podcast episode with DPZ just a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
If you check it out, Geoff Wilson's in the title. Geoff Wilson's on the thumbnail. But here's the thing.
Time.
It's maybe about half an hour, give or take. About half an hour podcast. The entire conversation was about the thesis of the original video. That's all they were talking about. They were talking about the thesis. They said, set collectors versus chasing hits versus the type of collectors. All that was happening. That's all they talked about for 30 straight minutes. And then at the very end, Dustin says, in the comment section, tell us what you think of Geoff Wilson, because that's what you're going to do anyway. The thing was not really about him, but we put him in the title. You put him in the description.
Yeah.
And profit. That's all
I
that
tuned
happened.
into that for 4 minutes and 44 seconds, and I left. So
yep. I have an Eric card. There you go. Eric, who's the runner-up GOAT. We'll get to that in a second, Ham. All right. Oh, there you go. The Burrell is the runner-up GOAT.
I'm the runner-up GOAT. Oh, boy.
Congratulations. You're number 2.
Jeez.
All right. So I've unmuted you, Eric, but give me a second before you say anything. All right. So bottom line, thank you, everybody, for the comments. I wanted to make sure I read them all. So there were some good ones there. But yeah, the thing is, so what Eric was saying, though, you actually didn't have to watch the entire thing. You actually could have just listened for a couple more minutes beyond the original clip, and you would have gotten, number one, you would have gotten me on a clipboard workshopping the title that I ended up using on the podcast, one. And number two, you would have gotten Eric basically outlining. And at one point, literally, Eric is like, well, do you disagree with my point? And I said, Eric, even if I did disagree with you, and reality is I disagreed with some of his points, I'm not going to, because this is much better for the content. And I'd much rather leave it to the comment section, which was on, it remained in the cut.
Yep.
That's all I can do, Bobby. I literally am explaining out loud. I'm going to leave it as is because people will react. And David, hang in there, Dave. I'm going to get to you in a second. Perfect.
Oh, see.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready to go. So I'll bring him on in just a second. I just want to finish this piece of the conversation. But yeah, that's really all I want to say for now. We will come back to it. I promise. We've got a little time, so we'll circle back around to it. Eric can continue to work on building his Geoff Wilson Shrine, get his personal copy. But before I bring Dave on, I want to make sure we say my concern, Bobby. This is what I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
For all of Eric's efforts in sucking up to Geoff and trying to get his VIP first class ticket to Atlanta. The two of you were going to go down. It was going to be like a buddy cop movie. Of course, with your love of Atlanta, it was going to be amazing. You go down to Cards HQ, hang out. It'd be amazing. It'll be all on Geoff's dime. It'd be the greatest moment. And hell, I'll attach a GoPro to Eric. It'll be the greatest content we're going to have. Unfortunately, he may have undermined it by then going to war with Teapot.
Yes.
So now that may have sabotaged
I'd pay to see that
plan.
I'd pay.
Yeah, it might have to be Eric and Teapot fighting to the death in Thunderdome for Geoff's affection.
It might be. I'd love to see that.
Well, I will promote. I will make this happen.
Geoff sitting there on a pedestal, waiting to be had by Teapot or
also Geoff Wilson, YouTube sports car creator, expanded universe. Facts. But all right, that's it for now. We'll circle back around to this later. We will come back to it. But let me bring Dave on. Dave, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me
tonight.
Of course. Good. How are you?
Good to see you, buddy.
I didn't want everybody to get too distracted, Dave. I wanted to make sure we finished the thread we were on, and then that way we could bring you on and chat a little bit.
Sure. I'm a guest, and I welcome the opportunity to learn about your community. So fantastic.
Sounds good. So why don't we do this, Bobby? Why don't you do me a favor? Let's start off. Do you want to give Dave, if you want to introduce yourself, or Bobby, if you want to kind of introduce it, because I know a little bit about what we can talk about. By the way, Dave, kudos to you, because I was laughing because in one of the vlogs I was watching, one of the young guys, I immediately recognized your face. So it's very funny that Bobby was kind of like alluding to us bringing you on and talking about a few things. But literally in one of the vlogs, I saw you right there at a card show, being a dealer, and it was just very funny. And I was like, I literally pulled up the screenshot. I was like, I saw him. I see the guy.
You were there.
That's tremendous.
You were famous. Well, but do you want to kind of talk a little bit about, Dave? Introduce yourself a little bit.
Sure. Bobby, you want to tee it up, or do you want me to tee it up?
I'll tee it up. Dave and I have been great friends for about 20 years now. We met at the Toronto Sports Card Expo, and we hit it right off. We're both hardcore collectors at that time, and we shared the expo 2 times every year for the last 20 years or so. And Dave really likes the Pittsburgh Penguins. He's a big collector of a lot of different things, and he's here to tell us a little bit about a couple shows that he went to recently, and a few other little things too.
Perfect.
Dave.
Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. One final thing. When Dave and I met, a long time ago, it wasn't until maybe about 5 years ago or so that I said, oh, yeah, I got a birthday coming up. He goes, oh, when's your birthday? And I said, well, July 4th. He goes, hey, me too. And then he goes, what year are you born? I said, 1964. I said, hey, me too. I said, we didn't know that until 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
You should figure out what time you were born.
Obviously, I was born at dinner time. He was born, I think, 3, or was it later?
Yeah. No, I'm in the afternoon, so I'm a tad older than you.
Yeah, he's the old guy.
Yeah, I am.
There you go.
Bobby's been waiting to say that for years in this room, I'm sure.
Maybe.
But,
yeah. Well, this is the first time you've been here, so
that's right.
I can say
that's right.
Okay.
Well,
it's all you, Dave.
No, thank you. Thank you for teeing up. As Bobby had said, lifelong collector. Actually started as a kid, probably about 5 or 6 years old, like many of us, going by the local store and picking up a pack of cards and what have you. And really my interest in cards was that, going to the neighborhood candy store and picking up a pack of cards and what have you. And forward later on in life, probably in my teens, I actually started to do some shows and set up, and I didn't even have a driver's license at that time. I was actually having my mother, drop me off at the show or help me at the show and that kind of thing. So it was kind of cool. So it was a real connection to my mom, and so that was kind of fun, and commerce for somebody like that. I've always been very entrepreneurial by nature. I started a lawn business at the age of 12 or 13, I want to say, and built that up to a couple hundred customers at its height. But so I've always been pretty entrepreneurial, and to the point where while I was working for E&J Geller Winery at 22 years old, I started to think of, wow, what could I do? I'd love to own a card shop. And actually that came to fruition in 1990. I opened up a card shop and was a business partner with my mother's brother-in-law, so it'd be my uncle through marriage. And we had that for 6 years, 2 of which were Stanley Cup Pittsburgh years. Penguins won the Stanley Cup in 91, 92. So those were good windfalls for us. And the reason, other than wanting to open a card shop, was I'm probably dating myself a little bit, but we were getting calls at home for hockey cards. And because we had more hockey cards than most in the area, and hockey really came to age in Pittsburgh, or revived, I should say, with Mario Lemieux joining the Pittsburgh Penguins in the mid '80s. A lot of people say that Mario saved hockey in Pittsburgh because it could have went somewhere else and moved the town out, or moved the team out of town.
Dave, you can't date yourself. I already gave us our year away. We were born. So
I know. You know, and yeah, I hear you. So I always thought about that, and so but people were calling the house, and I said, you know what, let's open a brick and mortar store, and as those of us that are of our age realize that that in the 80s and 90s there was probably a card shop or two in every little town across the United States. And I'm sure that was the way it was in Canada as well, so, but, so life goes on. And, as Bobby had mentioned, I haven't missed many expos. Unfortunately, due to scheduling and what have you, I wasn't able to make it up to the most recent expo, but I started to really hone in on basically old Pittsburgh hockey items. And Pittsburgh has a real rich hockey history. Most people think of Pittsburgh Penguins and they think of the expansion year, 67, 68 season. But there was actually a hockey team called the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they actually played in the 20s. And so they had Roy Waters was their goalie, who was a Hall of Fame goalie. And there was some other Hall of Famers that played on there as well. Harry Cotton was their first captain of the team, and he's a Hall of Famer as well. So there was a really good history with hockey in Pittsburgh. And the reason for that is that Pittsburgh was a very industrious city. Pittsburgh was a place that had 1 million plus people in the 20s because there was a lot of industry and whatnot. So that has obviously switched a lot. Pittsburgh's not what it was, back in the 20s, and nor was it what it was in the 80s. But I recently went back, as I'll segue over, I recently went back on, I guess it would have been April 30th, and I did the first card show that I set up in probably, I would say, darn near 40 years, I would say, setting up a show. And, and it was interesting because I didn't know what I was going to get myself. I've been there as a buyer to shows, so I know what shows are like, but as a seller, I wasn't quite sure what that would be like, that experience. And ironically, the gentleman who was the co-sponsor at Bryce Bergen, his dad actually did shows back in the 80s. And so I knew Bryce as a small child, and now he's promoting it. So it's generational. I think Bryce's dad is in an assisted living right now, so he's not really involved in the show piece. But Bryce has really done a great job in building up that show to the point where it's actually almost a completely defunct mall in Washington, PA. And
how many tables are at that mall show?
800. And he's only been doing this for 3 years. Initially, It started off as a 150 table show. It expanded over the years to 500. Now he's up to 800. And the amount of that's hilarious. There he is in the flash.
Dave, we're professional around here. We got this. Like I said, I'm very good at catching faces. And when I see this vlog play out, I'm like, I know that guy.
I know that guy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The young guy is the one who does the vlog there. So that was you, I think, selling a Roberto Clemente card. And I think you guys were going back and forth on it. I think that was the specific transaction happening here.
It was in 1956. It was a second year. That's pretty interesting. I didn't even know that I was interfacing with a blogger, but here it is, living proof.
Dave, we've got eyes and ears everywhere in this YouTube world, man. You got to be careful out there.
That's all good though, man. It's all good. I embrace it, and we'll get to that at some point here. So that was the first show, and a little bit about that show, just to let you know. A lot of Pokemon.
What was that show called again?
It was called. Let's see. It was called the Pittsburgh Card Show.
Wow,
and it took place.
A very creative name.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Card Show. How about that? Keep it simple, stupid, right?
I guess so, yeah.
This principle, right? So it's that show was April 30th, May 1st, and May 2nd. Normal mall hours. almost said bar because I've been in the beverage business all my life. So I'm usually used to saying what the bar hours are or restaurant hours.
Now, one random question. So
yes,
for
sir.
obviously that I have seen some blogs from that table. So I've definitely seen different shows that they've done over the last little while, and they've definitely built up that show. It's done a good job with it. I'm just curious though, as a vendor, so you're setting up at that mall show. How much are the tables?
The table is $130 a table.
It's not bad.
For that.
That's pretty good, especially for the amount for the size of that show. It can draw a crowd, so that's not bad.
Yeah, it was good, and we were actually, interesting enough, it's all on one floor, this particular mall, and there's some vacant storefronts, and we were in actually one of the vacant storefronts, believe it or not. So we were out of the mainstream, so to speak. Bryce has also organized it where there's like a Pokemon area that was in a former storefront. And then we were in let's just call it whatever it was, prior. I haven't really frequented that mall. It's south of Pittsburgh. I grew up in
the East. Sporting goods. Sure.
Could have been sporting goods. Yeah. Why not? Right. Why not?
I think regardless, it's smart to use it because a lot of the malls are starting to fade out in terms of that, but they've still got this space. And if you talk about, you like to set up a car, at least you got some people there. Even if you don't have tenants, you can at least have people there. And if there's anything left in the food court, well, there you go. Send some people to the food court. You can make a little money.
So was there a mark of the attendance, or how was the traffic through the show?
The traffic was good. I mean, according to Bryce, and he was doing giveaways and what have you in what I'll call the main, part of the mall, if you will, like the main portion. And he would do drawings and stuff like that to interact with the folks. He's very active in social media as well. And but I would say that it was, according to Bryce, it was his best attended show and the most obvious tables that he's ever promoted and sold. And he has aspirations if another storefront becomes available. They were talking about Marshall's may pull out of there. And by the spring of 2026, he's targeting maybe 1,000 table show. So, and that's aspirational for him, but also, you would also think that as the show gets bigger, there's a bigger crowd. But if the crowd doesn't maintain that growth, then you're splitting the pie, amongst dealers a little bit. And we had dealers at that show, guys, as far as California. There was a dealer there that is a regular at the National, and he came in from California and set up. But there were people up and down the East Coast. The proximity of where this particular show is, it's off of an interstate that you can draw traffic in from West Virginia, Ohio, Maryland. So where its geography is, it's Pittsburgh, southwestern Pennsylvania. This is in the south part of Pennsylvania. So outside of Pittsburgh. But
yeah, so let me ask you a couple of things. Because I want to also move through. I know we can get into a lot of detail, but I also want to make sure I move along to talk about you and the story a little bit. So like I said, I am familiar with that show, and I've definitely seen the growth in it. And I think that's very good that they're actually getting in that, and that they're drawing that kind of attendance is slowly growing it. I think that's very good. I think it's interesting though. So you did that show. Two questions. First, how did you do at the show? How do you feel you did? And then second, I gather from some of the allusions to it, has that then led you to kind of progress that further after setting up at that show?
Yeah, as I mentioned in the onset, setting up, 40 years later, even though I was always a buyer on the other side and saw what people are doing, and I often thought about, had I been on the other side of the table, what I would do and what's the experience that I want the customer to experience when they're at my table. So I prepared because I was going to do two shows in Pittsburgh. One was the Pittsburgh Card Show, and the other one was called the Pittsburgh Area Spring Spectacular, which they've had 47 of those. So I predominantly, being in Pittsburgh, I had a lot of Pittsburgh stuff. I have a lot of Pittsburgh stuff that never made it into the man cave, and it was in storage or a utility room or what have you. And that consisted of like media guides and a lot of paper products and photos. And then I brought a showcase along as well, and I put cards in there. And I will say, to answer your question, the card section, which was one showcase, was my most risk and represented the biggest part of my sales. I mean, I had some large items that were hanging behind us. Fortunately, we had some hanging space and stuff like that at both shows. And I would say that the cards, were the best portion per square foot, for me. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have like real high expectations because there was a lot of unknown, and I was really looking for it as David 2.0. Of this is me in 2025 and where this would take me. And then the second show, which is like I mentioned, is called the Pittsburgh. I'm going to get this right. The Pittsburgh Area Spring Spectacular. It was formerly called the Robert Morris Show, and there was a gentleman. His first name escapes me, but his last name was Paul. He sold this show within the last decade, and they're on their 47th show there, and it was done twice a year. There was one in the fall and one in the spring, and that show I set up the same way. A lot of Pittsburgh stuff. Now that show was more of a vintage show, and there was also a competing show in Chicago that took some of the traffic and some of the what I call YouTubers. And what I also noticed between the two shows was the power of social media, the amount of presence of bloggers and social media people at the first show versus the lack of at the other show. And so if that's going to go on to be 50s, and 60s shows, the operation has to change their ways and get involved in social media, because that was definitely lacking, because they had great signers. So whereas the first show that I attended was, I think there was 2 signers, and they were very modest, signers. Although Joey Porter was the headline there, it was a card show that had a couple signers. Whereas the second show had it was more of an autograph show and with vintage cards, so to speak. So they had the likes of like Pedro Martinez. So Eric, that's probably close to your heart out there. Pedro was there.
Eric is very passionate about baseball. It's like the only thing he cares about in life.
And then Reggie Jackson was there, and then they had some of the Pittsburgh stars over the years. But I would say after those 2 weekends, it reinforced my passion for what I guess you guys, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, and Bobby can tee it up, or I can just jump right into it.
Go for it. Just say what you're doing. Go for it.
Okay. So I'm actually starting my own Whatnot channel. So I am joining the Whatnot community for about 4 months. I've joined the community as a buyer, and I observed some of the sellers that were out there and what have you, and I took notes and mental notes as to what I liked and what I disliked about some of the people that were streaming. And for those of you who don't know what Whatnot is basically just a live streaming, live show marketplace.
It's a live selling platform. We do have a lot of familiarity with the Whatnot here. I have a follow-up question with it, but you're starting your own Whatnot. You're working on that. So okay.
And that'll be called, and it's called DJ Steals and Deals. And DJ Steals and Deals. So I in true transparency, I did 2 shows I'd say about 6 weeks ago that were very different than sports cards. I've spent most of my career in beverage alcohol, and I had a lot of polo shirts and branded wear and stuff like that I no longer would need because I'm not affiliated with those companies, and sold those for several $100s on my first 2 shows. So that was kind of get my teeth wet, my teeth cut and my lips wet and stuff on that. So so my first official sports show will start next Wednesday, and that I think is the 28th, Wednesday, May 28th. The evening of Wednesday, May 28th will be my first sports show. I'm not going to be a yeller screamer. There are several of those, and that doesn't fit my brand. I want it to be communal. There'll be probably some educational components at points as well. There'll be some themes. Initially, like any business, getting it off the ground and stuff, it'll start small and it'll grow. So it's not something that I'm going to start off with an average price of $100 or anything like that. These are items that will probably be, attainable to anybody from $1 to $20, that type of thing. Sure. And I'm not going to complain about the price that I'm getting or for them, because what I also noticed in that community is people complain when they're not getting the price they got for it, but it's a live format, so it is what it is.
We know that well.
Say, hey guys, let me give you a rebate when something goes over market price. So I think that is something that will not be in DJ Steals and Deals streams. Also, I love all types of genres of music and stuff like that, but there's a lot of loud music on some of these streams, and it's really hard to really articulate. It just becomes a party, versus what I want to do. So
commerce platform, yeah,
it's a commerce platform, and it's fun. I'm not going to worry about doing 1,000 items in one night and that type of thing. I would like them to have like a theme. Each show will have a theme, but I got to pay the bills too. So I have to, probably do some modern cards as well. And as my community grows, and what I've learned is that, followers, it's like anything else, you build your brand. So as I get more followers, and if I have the right stuff and the right, delivery and everything, it should be a successful thing. So, yeah.
All right. So let me ask a couple of follow-up questions here. So sure. I would be remiss. So here's what we're going to do. Sure. Against my better judgment, I'm going to be 5% more serious. See what you've done? You forced my hand. Now I've got to do it. All right. But I'm going to ask you. So here's what I'm going to say. One of the things that, in this case, since we're talking about this, one of the important things, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about one of the elephants in the room. And that is this. To your point, Whatnot is a very popular platform. It actually has a lot of cachet and a lot of notorious elements to it. And general speaking, we support you. Obviously, we're happy to have you here. We hang out at Expo. We like chatting with you. One of the complications, so I'll just say it this way, and I'll also ask you a question. One of the complications that Whatnot creates for a lot of us is that we actually have several friends who do business on Whatnot. One of the complications of it is that the platform itself is a platform. It's like anything else. It's like eBay. It's like anything else. And like any platform, like eBay, you're going to have people that are doing it right, that are doing it well. And then you have some unscrupulous actors, some problematic actors. Whatnot currently has more of a reputation for all the good people that are doing regular business, that are doing great shows, that are building these communities and doing all these great things. There are a handful of very high profile people that are front and center, right in the smack in the middle of it. And I'm assuming you've done some of your diligence to know Backyard Breaks and some of they are the poster children of it, right front and center in front of everybody's face. And they do not cast a good shadow. And kind of by association, everyone else kind of gets swept up to the point that the platform itself is what it is. Whether you like it or don't like it, that's fine. Again, like eBay, I have a love-hate relationship with eBay, but it serves its purpose. You're gonna do business, you deal with it. Whatnot can do that too. But their inaction with stuff like that actually sometimes hurts. It actually discourages some people from even using the platform. So it's not even on you. It's not even on the sellers who are doing their job properly. It's just the association to the platform it's on. So kind of a twofold question. Number one, I assume you've done some diligence on it, but any thoughts on that piece of it? Does that concern you at all? And secondly, are you also thinking about any other places, any other platforms or streams that maybe you do some shows, but also maybe you have your eBay store or you have this or your own website or whatever. Are you just focusing on one or two pillars, or do you have a couple of different pillars you're considering?
No, Carlos, great question. And I did see that Backyard Breaks thing, and the that was really something that was a big red flag for me as well. And I would challenge any organization that they police themselves, a bit, and that they have do more diligence for the bad actors of the world. I mean, whether it be, so But I'm going to do my best, to add some positivity, to that particular marketplace. That'll be the first place that I start, but I don't necessarily know that it will be my last one. Okay. I think the wave of the future are these live streams. I see it in my own personal, a life of like Amazon Prime and delivering to your house. And there are some people that live in remote areas, or they just don't want to leave their house. They want to have
Dave, what kind of insane people would ever do anything related to a live stream?
Right?
Never mind. Continue. Please continue as you want.
So I would say that the start will be Whatnot, but it may not be the end. And as there are more marketplaces out there, which there are already some, and I'll do my due diligence on there. And if I feel that my brand, it doesn't want to be associated with something due to a continued bad behavior or what have you, then there are other marketplaces out there, that are out there as well. So I'll keep my options open for that. An eBay store, I kind of like this live show format. It gets you, in theory, to have a community. And if you have the right stuff and you have people looking for things, as I go out and do shows, I can acquire that inventory, and it sells for what it sells for, And but yeah, that's kind of where I'll go with it. I won't put all my eggs in one basket. I'll have my guard up in regards to listening to the communities that are out there and what they feel of some of those. And if I feel like I can't grow anymore on that particular platform, maybe there's a time where I'll dual, where I'll be on a different platform as well. And then if that turns out to be a better path, then I'll make that a business decision.
No, that's fair. That's the reason why, like I said, it would be remiss, it would be inappropriate of me not to mention that, because like I said, Eric and I obviously are very familiar with a few folks that participate in that, and we have to kind of balance ourselves. We want to be supportive of them because we want them to do well. And then, but on the other side of it, it's like we've in this space, I'll just put it this way. I don't know if you've ever seen any of these live streams before, but we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of silliness, but occasionally we'll also touch on some news topics. And basically every news story we ever have out of Whatnot, it's never a good story. The next time a Whatnot has a good story where something, hey, they did this good thing, will be the first. I don't remember the last time. That doesn't mean they haven't had great success.
Dave's here.
Dave's here, of course. But that doesn't mean they haven't had great success. That doesn't mean I don't know sellers who have been extremely successful on the platform in building communities and building following. I follow some reseller channels on YouTube. They use Whatnot very effectively. They've built an audience to the point that they can get hundreds of people to participate in their various live streams. And in other words, they can do a couple of shows and make a couple of $1,000s in a couple of hours, and it supplements and builds their additional business. But they also have other platforms going on. They've got websites, they've got eBay stores, they've got all this. So they're not relying, if Whatnot went away tomorrow, their business doesn't stop. They just roll into one of the other pillars. So they've set up all these other pillars, and Whatnot becomes one of several pillars.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy. I mean, I think in the end, it's going to be about creating that community, providing good service. Like anything in life, if there's something that goes awry, then you make it good, and that type of thing. And so, and that means, getting product out, the buys out, get it out within 24 hours and stuff like that in a timely fashion. So, and I've tested that with some of the people as a buyer, and it really goes, to your point, extremes. There's times where I'll get things within 3 business days, and then I'll get things that maybe it's weeks on end, so, but yeah, it's an exciting thing, at this stage of my life to, go entrepreneurial like this. And as my wife says, embrace technology. My wife has been in technology her entire life. And so I'm in the 21st century, or maybe in her eyes, the 20th century. Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to interact with you folks and kind of tell people, what I envision will be my path, my next challenge, business challenge. So
sounds good. Let me read a couple of quick comments here, and then I've got one or two follow-up questions with you. And by the way, you're welcome to hang out as long as you like, but you can also take off anytime you like. But let me read a couple of these comments, and then I'll follow up with a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge here, Sadler fan, absolutely. Good evening. Stuke, good evening to you as well. Brendan Ryan says, I believe Whatnot is what broke the hobby watchdogs. Could be. You're probably not wrong. So Paul here says, I didn't understand Whatnot until 15 minutes ago. Did a 90s Facebook group small claim sale, and guys bought more than I expected. That can happen. That 100% can happen, yes. Paul here says, did you see Backyard Breaks will be doing a live break at PSA headquarters submitting directly? This does not shock me. Again, going back to what we talk about with Backyard Break, they're basically the association that kind of hangs over a lot of these organizations. It's very unfortunate. Let's just put it that way. I'll be nice for a few minutes here, and let's just say very unfortunate.
Sure.
Stuke here says, BIC Nation. I see what you did there. Hurtful words, Stuke. Hurtful words. He knows how I feel about nations.
Nations, yeah. No nations.
I prefer empires. But anyway, moving on. Yep, I like it. Very good. Good stuff. Thank you, Yannick. But yeah, so I just want to make sure I got caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it. And if you've got any questions or anything, you're welcome to throw them in, and we can always ask. So yeah, so no, I think that's great. We will wish you the best, Dave. So hopefully that goes well for you. But I guess one question I would have, you just mentioned a moment ago about the technology thing. Obviously, you don't need to necessarily have the most sophisticated. You don't need to have a war room with a million things going on. However, you probably will want to have at least certain basic things to make your own life easy, because you're doing a live stream, you're doing your thing. The rumors are that you can talk, so I'm not worried about that. I think you'll be all right. But the other part that I'm also looking at is just from a practical perspective, because I've watched some live streams on there. You have to have the ability with whatever setup you have to be able to keep track of the chat. So you don't want to be having I've seen some people that have like the smallest screen in the world, and they lose track of what's going on because they can't read the chat, but then also can't monitor what they're actually trying to show on the screen. It's not set up right. So you have to have at least some technology in order to make your own life easy, so that you can do what you need to do, but then also be able to interact. Like right now, the way I've set up, I joke with the guys, I've got 2 monitors set up right now as I'm talking to you and I'm talking to them. I've got the chat over here. I've got a window over here. When I pulled up your picture, it was hanging out over here, and I put it here for you guys. So I've got my own little setup. This is not far from the most sophisticated thing. And also I've got the microphone attached to, so I've got a couple of things that are set up here to make my life easy.
Sure.
But everybody's got their own thing. And I've got a little light that's directly above me. Again, it's not necessary, but it makes my life easier, and it makes the presentation just a fraction better. So is there anything that you're doing as you got caught up to speed on the technology side of it?
Well, I did invest in a ring light. So I have a ring light.
Dave, let me go first here. I'll just, Dave just came from flip phone technology just recently. So,
but Bobby, this is the reason I asked the question. Like, I assume there's a ramp up here. Like, but I'm just saying, like, we're moving from one stage to another here. It's like there's a step
why
up.
When he told me, he said, "What?" And I went, "What?" What? Because I didn't believe it. Okay. I didn't believe it. I honestly didn't. I just said, no. You're just pulling.
All right. So you got a ring light, Dave. You got a ring light. So what else you got set up?
And then I started to think about all the things that I would need, to from an organizational standpoint. So I invested in a scale, so I can weigh things properly, and
postal
from
scale,
a business standpoint. And then, all the things that you need, like the shipping pieces, numerical stickers that would go on like team set bags, Post-it notes, all that kind of stuff. Because to your point, Carlos, I did receive some things that I didn't actually win, and some things that I did win, I didn't get from people. And so I had to go back and say, hey, listen, guys, I actually won this item. You sent me this. I would be more than happy to send that card that probably needs to go to somebody else. So that's just basically a little bit of disorganization there and it happens, but I think it's a matter of, kind of just lining up your working area and your shipping area. So it's the selling part is just one facet of it. And then it's the matter of the customer service, which is the customer getting the item that they actually want. And then also in a fashion where it's not damaged. So I think the shipping and the packaging is very important as well.
It's crucial. Okay. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand how to pack properly. And you know, when you tape something on it, if you put a little tab, bend a piece of the tape over so they can grab the tape, opposed to having to cut it or trying to peel it off, if you just bend a little piece over, that's the best tip I can give anybody about packaging and for unpackaging too.
That's good feedback. Yeah.
So I got a question for you. And obviously this may not be something you've worried about or considered yet, and that's fine. But I'll just pose the question. Just assuming things go the way you expect them to and the way that you want these things to go, and you know, things ramp up and you're able to build a little bit of a following with it and everything falls into place the way you'd like. So I guess here would be my question. With your setup, and this may be for down the road, have you given any consideration into how you might approach the branding side of things? And what I'm referring to is this. So I can actually give an example. Eric, I've got examples.
Sure.
I actually received a package in the mail today. Today actually is the official day that Canada Post can go on a postal strike. So the eBay seller actually was smart, though. I give him credit. The eBay seller actually used a print label from UPS. So either way, it would have gotten to me. So good, very smart, because they knew that the window was short to be able to get it to me, and it was over from Quebec. So a couple of provinces over would have taken a couple of days. If it passes Friday, I haven't checked to see if they've officially, but they're probably going to go on strike at least for a little while. So that's a problem for anybody that's about to ship. If anybody in Canada shipping and you're using Canada Post, you might want to reconsider that. So this person did UPS, good. So I had tracking and everything, wonderful. I got the package in the mail, great. But I want to commend them. So I'll show the item, but also make a point about the branding thing that I'm just talking about. So I got this in the mail. So a nice Medano piece. I can zoom in a little bit on this one. So I will. Let me just show this here real quick. So there's the card. It's very nice.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of it, and I was able to get it at a price I was happy with. So that's great. Now, speaking of, so what I said about branding, two things. Kind of to Bobby's point. This card was actually held not with a piece of tape, but it was actually held with a little piece of branded tape that they actually had custom made for them. So this was actually what was covering the top. So smart. On the one hand, it does the job. On the other hand, it actually has their little logo on it. Okay, but that's not necessary. You know, that's most people won't bother with something like that. What I did think was fun that they threw in there is they had their little business card. Smart. You know, include all that information. On the back of the business card is the different points. So it actually has something that you could actually technically use. So these are the different point measurements.
Functional
360
and
so this
promotional.
this is actually a thick piece of plastic.
Huh?
So this is actually a little user. So, but you, by doing this, you've actually given a reason why somebody might even want to hang on to it. But it's got all the labeling, the branding, whatever. So, you know, kudos to them. I'll give them bonus points. Number one, they use the correct shipping for the situation because you want to make sure you get it to the person. Especially if they paid good money for the item. You want to make sure they get it without any delays, undue delay. This is not necessary, but guess what? I can totally use these little point things on some of the cards just to see thicknesses. It's usable. And instead of painter's tape, they did that other look. So it's these tiny little things that they did in there. So guess what? Congratulations. There you go. And there's your information.
It's lacking a QR code. That's
They had a little slip that was included inside the envelope for you.
Oh, did they? Yeah.
Yep.
I put it on that thing. So
but for the most part, like I'm still giving them good marks. So very clever. Came up with otherwise, you know, just toss it in the trash. Like it's, you know, it's nice to have, but that's usable. If you don't already have one of these things, that's great. And the fact it's actually a piece of plastic means it's actually a little more durable. It might be usable hanging on to it.
I wonder if it's accurate.
I'm just glad that we finally found something useful that came out of Quebec.
See, Yannick is out there in the distance. He will find you, Eric. He won't worry about your concussions. But Dave, you get my point though. Like actually, that's very clever. I want to give them some kudos. That was actually very smart. I would not have even thought of it otherwise. But then when I saw it, I was actually impressed. And again, I got the card in a timely fashion. The card was well packed. Awesome.
No, I think the branding is something that I think is a great opportunity, and I think that that branding, as I do shows. So I'm actually going to come out of my retirement of Chicago shows as well, and I'm going to do a Pittsburgh a Chicago show on June the 15th. And I'll take some of those ideas because I think those are good to because people will say, well, what's DJ Steals and Deals? I'm like, wow, check out my weekly, live stream, on Wednesday nights. And then, I think those little tidbits make people want to do business with you again, potentially,
Yeah.
So
kind of to Bobby's point, the whole QR code thing. So I kind of showed, there was a little card inside. I just showed it here, and they got two things on here. First of all was, thank you for your order. Your feedback is important. All the usual stuff that you expect. But then on the back, if you order from their website, because they've got a specific website, they got a code there that gives you $15 off your first purchase on the website.
That's good.
Smart. And it's also got a QR code in it that takes you to the website.
Yeah.
So there you go. You've just done 95% of the work for me. So if I see something on there that's worthwhile, I can take my $15. There you go. Great.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Repeat business.
So if you buy something for 10, will they give you $5 back?
There we live the dream, Bobby. There we live the dream. But my point though is I'm saying I don't know this seller from Adam. First time I purchased from them, but I give kudos where it's deserved. They thought of this stuff, threw it in there with it, and actually included like a bonus card they threw in there. Nothing crazy, but I got a Young Guns of one of the Leafs players, so Bobby can be very excited. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
It's worth a whole $1, but whatever. It's a tossing card. So, like, I know, Eric, they spared no expense. But look, whatever. If I was a Leafs fan and I'm getting a free Young Gun, whatever, it's fine. As a toss-in, I'm not complaining about a free card.
So I have a question. I have a question for Dave. Dave, if we go to DJ's steals and deals on the whatnots, what should I expect roughly to what's going to be sold? What am I going there for? Now, you already talked about how you already kind of did a tryout and sold some of your old, liquor and beer, propaganda.
Yeah.
So,
will Snoop Dogg be joining you on the live stream? Is what Eric is asking.
Are we doing specifically hockey? Are we doing all sports? Are you going to sneak in the Pokemans? Because that's Bobby's favorite. So if you get the Pokemans, you got to make some money off of him real quick.
Sure. Good question. I would say that I'm going to stay with most of the major sports. It'll probably have both modern and vintage. And they give you an opportunity to kind of do a little video of like 20-second video of what the show is going to be about. And that gives me an opportunity to kind of say, hey, it's going to be, dollar start minimum bid singles, sports singles or what have you. Or there may be, or whatnot. Or the other opportunity would be, I've got a large collection of signed baseballs, from Hall of Famers and non-Hall of Famers. So there could be a channel that focuses in on maybe a mystery ball. There'll be a Ted Williams ball in there, and there'll be a Mickey Mantle ball, and there could be a Bob Feller in there. And
Did you show us the baseball wall?
Can I show you some baseball wall?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the future show, huh?
We can do that.
Yeah,
well, we can do the other sports later, but anyway.
Yeah. There's actually I shared with Bobby, and I've like I said, I've known Bobby a number of years, and leading up to this, we were doing a little making sure that all the videos and everything were working, and so I gave Bobby a sneak peek of my man cave and little portions of it. So it's under construction right now because of the two shows I attended. So we can that could give you something down the line, maybe 3-4 months or 2 months or 2 weeks or whatever. That'll give us another topic that we could talk about.
Sure.
The man cave, and we can actually be, whoever has the man cave or not has a man cave, and what do they like and dislike about the whole thought about a man cave,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
So I got some questions for Eric and Eric as well. Eric, have you purchased from Whatnot? I take it.
I have. I've only purchased from friends. I've purchased only hockey. All of it was modern, but of like veteran, retro players, autograph Phil Esposito, type of stuff, And I thought, the platform was great. It's a lot of fun. My friends were having a lot of fun on it. this, just to be open and honest, and I've talked about it openly here.
Sure.
The situation on Whatnot, a couple of months ago, and involving Backyard Breaks, and how Whatnot handled that.
Yeah,
and
which I think
continues
is
to handle that.
Yeah, it continues to handle it as a bit of an issue with it, but yes, go on.
I've deleted the app, and I am not comfortable doing business with them at this time. And I have friends that are still on there, and that's their choice, and I'm not judging them. Everyone's got to make their own decisions. I don't judge anybody. My decision was, if you're going to sexualize little girls, on an app, and that app is going to go, no, that's okay. I don't want that app on my phone. That's the decision I made.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I was alluding to, Dave. That's really what it came that, I was using kind of that example. That's why I said I wanted to make, it would be wrong of me to ignore that we have been critical of Whatnot for these reasons.
For sure.
But at the same time, I caveated with, like, we know folks that are working on there, that are doing well on there. We support them in general. In general terms, we will be as supportive as we can. We hope they do well. We want them to succeed. But we do have concerns about this platform, because all platforms have some issues, but they have, rather than dealt with the issues, they have kind of just embraced the issues and just kept them. And that's been kind of like, at certain points, like, guys, you are actually hurting your brand. Yeah. And inadvertently, you're hurting the people on the platform who are doing the correct things by association. And that's that's a concern. That's the reason why I kind of posed that question the way that I did.
No, I'm with you. And you would think that, they're a $5 billion valuation company. You would think that as a brand that they would recognize what that does, those negativities, that they need to nip those in the bud for their brand. Because, like I said, I'm building my brand, but to your point, I can only do as well as the brand platform that I'm on. And I guess, Eric, the next question is, if do you interface with any other live stream platforms that you find that are option,
I don't, because the majority of platforms that are out there that have breakers and sellers, it's all modern. Okay. Now there are some Whatnot participants that do vintage and things, but the vast majority is all modern. Modern doesn't particularly interest me. Mm-hmm. I don't want to watch a Whatnot stream for 2 hours to get maybe one vintage card from 1973 to pop up, so I can win it for $5. Sure. That doesn't interest me. So whether it be Whatnot,
1976 Red Sox, but anyways.
Or any of the other, platforms, whether it be YouTube that does, live breaks and things, Instagram, all of them. I don't follow live breaking or live selling because it just doesn't suit me. I'm not opposed to it by any means. I think it's a great idea. It can be entertaining. You could kill an hour or two if you got some time and you want to just sit at your desk and sort cards. You can have it on in the background, and when something pops up that you like, it's right there for you. So I think the idea of it is wonderful. I support it fully. I have yet to find anything that interests me specifically. Mm-hmm. And when I was doing Whatnot and supporting my friends, I did send them some money and picked up a few things, but I just can't do that in good conscience right now.
Sure. And Carlos, have you, prior to the, we'll just call it the Backyard Breaks, fiasco, what were your experiences with Whatnot? Did you have many as a buyer?
I had a handful, I would say. So here's what I'll say. Before, even prior to, aside from the Backyard Breaks issues and association and all that, the platform isn't great for people in Canada necessarily. Number one, the shipping is super expensive. Number two, if you make a mistake, like trying to adjust, because I have US-based address that I can use. So if it's going to create that problem for me, I can try to use this address. But then Whatnot was very funky about, oh, but that doesn't match the address on your credit card. So then it basically, at this point, I'm pretty sure that my Whatnot account is blocked. Like, I don't even think I can log into it and use it. In fact, it won't even let me go in the chat if I try to use it. And that's Whatnot's deal. And literally, and that's when I tried to purchase something. And I was like, no, I'm actually trying to pay you for whatever, for what I purchased. And it was like that. And at that point, I'm like, this platform, because it does work better on the app slightly, but I also like to be able to use it on desktop because that's handy for me. I can do it, but it's like, it's clunky. So it can be good for certain things. And I'm sure as a seller, the fact that you can print out the labels and do all that, and you can set it up, I think can be useful, but it's not the greatest experience for everybody on the other side of it.
Gotcha.
So just for us, it's almost a non-starter because, well, you just made it more difficult. And unless I'm playing some weird games, there are ways I could get around all these things and make it work. But why should I have to do extra work just to make your platform work?
Yeah. That's I don't know if they have it, but they should have some sort of advisory board or, some sort of participants, especially some of these folks that have been with them since their early points and be able to advise them on, ways to improve this from a buyer's experience. And, because it financially behooves them to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. I agree with you, Dave. The thing is that, like I said, and I repeat, our job is not to knock it. We're going to try to be as supportive as we can of you here, but we're just going to be honest about this. Yeah. This isn't new. It's not the first time. Whatnot has been told this by a variety of different people. They do have the big valuation, but they don't seem to be applying it to actually improving the things that people are asking for. A lot of people, but some people are able to experience it and use it without a hitch. And to them, I congratulate them. There's a lot of opportunities missed because so I'll use the example. In addition to my other stuff, I like to collect a lot of professional wrestling cards, and they do a lot of breaks on that platform that I could probably get into and be able to get some cards for my collection. But because of all the hurdles that it has created, I actually don't end up participating in any of them. And I've missed out potentially on some really nice cards for my collection because of that. But again, I'm not going to jump through hoops to use your platform if you're going to make it difficult for me. That doesn't make any sense from my perspective. As a customer, don't make it more difficult for me. And I am more on the opposite end of it. I am very tech savvy. I do know how to get around it about 50 different ways. But why should I have to? Right. Why should I have to troubleshoot your problems in order to make it usable, not even good, usable for me? That doesn't make any sense. That's very silly.
Yeah, payment is another issue. I think, the major thing we can do is PayPal, but we don't have Venmo here. We don't have, and most of the newer people, I guess, younger crowd have Venmo and whatever the other ones are. We just don't. We're limited here in that capacity. Yeah, we have e-transfers within Canada, but not within the States. So we are limited in that sense. So that would hurt us that we could only purchase on certain platforms that would accept PayPal. And probably, do you accept PayPal, Dave? Yeah, you do. You would. Yeah.
I do. And interesting enough, when I set up my Whatnot account, they pay you via Venmo transfers. So it goes into Venmo, and then you transfer those funds. And you're not on the clock for getting paid until it actually ships. That's the one other thing that I learned through this process. So that prompts,
it's incentive, I think that's really
an incentive for the seller to get that item out, as well. But I had 3 transactions during both weekends that I actually had. One was a substantial one. I sold a pro style jersey of Steve Yzerman signed jersey, a Matt Sundin, and an Eric Lindros Flyers jersey, which was $1,000 transaction that I probably would have missed out had I not taken Venmo. And I developed a rapport. The gentleman who purchased them is an avid hockey jersey collector, and he's always looking for jerseys for his collection and what have you. And we have already conversed a couple times, I made him aware of my Whatnot that I was starting and that I was starting to do shows again. And I said, hey, as a customer, I thank you for your first purchase and hope there's going to be a lifelong customer. Let me know what your want list is, because I travel, and I'm in a community of people. And, as I mentioned, we focused on Whatnot, but I'm going to start to do some shows here too. And, be selective about some of the shows. The next 3 years, the National is here in Chicago. I live about 30 miles outside the city of Chicago. So the National Sports Car Conventions for the next 3 years, 25, 26, and 27 are going to be in Chicago. So that'll be kind of fun. And, who knows? I mean, I did set up in 90 and 91 at two nationals, Atlanta and Houston.
91 was California. So it depends on which one.
Yeah.
91 was California.
When was Houston and
it would have been a little bit after that, but not long after, like right around the same time. But 91 was definitely the one in Anaheim. That was the one in California. That was
crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really big one. Let me pause for 1 second. I'll read a couple of comments. But then now, since you brought this up, it's actually a perfect opportunity to segue into something we can talk about here.
Sure.
You just mentioned, you said the magic word. So hang on. I got something for you. All right. So real quick. So Josh was saying a little earlier, said just make sure it's painter's tape, please. Valid. I agree. Big Scott 35 here. Good evening, Scott. I'm glad Eric's doctor got my check. That's right. Sabotage. Thank you, Scott. Paul says all 1994 Saved by the Bell Pacific cards all the time. Valid. Josh here says later discussion excitement levels of American Gladiators returning. Maybe we will. Don't threaten me with a good time. Rizky says Eric is clearly lying. He referenced Friends. That's a good call out.
That's a good. I can't argue that. That's a good point.
Dan here says I'm in Boston for my daughter's graduation. Enjoy the graduation. At a restaurant now, but I'm still not taking Eric's rage bait. Correct.
Yes, you are.
Wise.
Yes, you are.
Brendan Ryan says whatnot has shown even a hobby-wide consensus won't factor in when there's money to be had. Yeah, so that's kind of the reputation right now. That's we kind of alluded to that, but thank you, Brendan. Paul here says please don't be that guy with 150% comps and you're firm at that price type dealer, please. Fair. Yes. I think that's a very fair ask. Let me ask you this though, since you brought it up, Dave. It's wonderful that you brought it up, and I'm glad you referenced Atlanta. Bobby's favorite city in the world, by the way. True story. We'll tell you that joke later. But the point is that, as you said, the next 3 years will be in Chicago. And Bobby, I don't know if you know this, but there are 2 cities in the running for the 2028 National. Have you heard about this?
Toronto and what?
Toronto, no. But there are 2 cities in there. One of them is Atlanta, of course. Yes. And the other one, Detroit. Outside the ruins of Detroit. Damn. So we've got Atlanta and Detroit contending for the 2028.
Downtown Detroit. Yeah.
Oh, it'll be glorious. Let me tell you. So real quick,
I'll be going 90.
You remember when the Detroit police during a Detroit Thanksgiving Day game put the notice out, come at your own risk to the game. We cannot protect you.
Yeah, Eric, that's called every Thanksgiving in Detroit.
Yes.
All of them. It would be quicker. So real quick, my favorite part about
specific one, yeah.
My favorite part about this is that our 2 options. We on this panel, at least 2 of us in this panel, have some kind of a hilarious connection to it, indirectly or indirectly. Bobby's undying love of Atlanta is notorious. It is noted. So that's one. That's pretty exciting. But then on the other side, Detroit, it's been a couple of years now, but I was out of Detroit, I want to say maybe around 2013, 2014, to hang out with a buddy of mine to go to a Packers game. So we went to Ford Field to go attend the Packers game. And that was when we did one of those bus tours. And it was actually really nice. They drove you over, took you to the hotel. You got to hang out the night before. We watched a ton of college football. It was a good time. And then we headed over. And the tailgate was actually done inside of one of the suites. And you were able to hang out. So those were the tickets. So suite tickets. So you had all the food and drink before kickoff. Anything, and we were there for like 2.5 hours before, and you could eat or drink anything you liked, all included.
Watch
Primo.
out.
And for Ford Field is right beside Comerica Park, so you've got the baseball stadium right beside, and you got the football stadium right there. But and again, this is I acknowledge 11, 12 years ago. I acknowledge this, but I just enjoyed that as we walked to Ford Field and Comerica Park, which are both very nice. It was a very nice setup over there. You got to walk by effectively ruins. If you ever see like a post-apocalyptic thing, that's basically downtown Detroit at that time. As you're walking by, that's what you're looking at. You could just shoot those over there. This is what happens after the zombie invasion. This is what it looks like, basically. Now, I'm sure they fixed it up a little bit, but I don't know. I got questions. Again, I won't say anything because I haven't been there since, so I won't talk about it. But it was hilarious at the time. But I have no doubt that given that they do the motor show, like the big car show, I have no doubt they have the convention center space to be able to host such a thing. That part I have no doubt. And if they've built up the hotel capacity a little bit, sure, I could see that. Sure, they should be capable of doing that. So I acknowledge that probably it's a possibility. The other thing as well, it kind of strikes me. It was funny because I was listening to I think Ham and the guys were doing on Off Center. They were talking about it a little bit, and they were discussing that like there's an MGM Grand nearby, which is true. But I got a quick story about the MGM Grand in Detroit. I'm a guy who likes to gamble a little bit, so I enjoy the casino. And I will tell you, when we went over there, when I saw they had an MGM Grand, at the time it was a brand new MGM Grand. So again, this is like 12 years ago. So it's brand new. We go in, the restaurant was fantastic. It was really good. Great food, great service. Everything was really good. And everything was brand new. It was sparkling. It was beautiful. And it had the most depressed people on the face of the planet. It looked like people who had already died on the inside. And I was like, this vibe is the worst. I'm looking at a beautiful casino with all the bells and whistles that you could ask for. And it was brand new construction and brand new built. It looks like a casino that could come right out of Vegas, except I am surrounded by the stench of depression and death. And I was like, wow, totally killed my vibe. Completely killed. Detroit. Total buzz kill. Welcome to Detroit. All right. So it was so bad that it's like, this is so bad. I'm not, my buddies were like, well, don't you want to play some of the card games? Like, no, the vibe is killed. Like, this is terrible. This is atrocious. When I'm in Vegas, at least you have people with hope. These people have hope long left this place. It can be really beautiful there, but hope long left this entire place. So, all right, I'm done.
Dave, on your Whatnot channel, do you like play ambient music in the background, or is it just strictly, hard techno?
Neither. Neither. And I will. That's something that I thought was a deterrent. So I mean, I would say that there's a proliferation of younger people and older people that have loud rap music, and not that I have anything against rap. I mean, Snoop Dogg's as a fan, I'm a fan of, whatever. But
and a friend,
huh?
And a friend,
as a friend, and but I just that's not what I want to do. I mean, it may work for somebody else, but no, and then there's other people that have classic rock in the back, and I think everybody creates their own what works for them, and and at this point that just doesn't fit what I'm looking to do.
To the point story, Dave, to the point of the story that I just gave about the MGM Grand, you can have the best setup in the world, but if the vibe is wrong, the vibe is wrong.
Yeah.
And so the moral of that story was it was a funny story about Detroit, and it was a real story that I lived. But the moral of the story is that the vibe is everything. Again, I'm a guy who enjoys casinos. I actually, for me, it's fun. I have fun with it. If you manage to have such a depressing atmosphere that it sucks the fun completely out of it, that I don't even want to participate. And again, I'm more inclined to participate in it than most. That's a bad vibe. Somebody there should have been looking around going like, hey, what do we need to do to like fix this? Or because again, it had nothing to do with the construction. It had nothing to do with the buildup. The majority of what they did stuck with the MGM Grand branding. They could have literally just taken that straight out of Vegas. But in Vegas, you got people that are there. They're there to have a good time. They're there to hang out. There's people laughing. There's people participating that's what you're looking for. That's what you're there to be a part of. But if it doesn't feel like that, then it's dead. You may as well be in a morgue. And that's not a vibe in a stream. It's whatever vibe you're creating. The music can be an addition, or it can detract from what you're trying to do. And that's the question from the viewer.
For sure. And what I thought, and it was the yelling and the screaming, it was just a little off for me too. I mean, and some of these people have a lot of followers that are in their streams, and whatnot, and I don't know what their financial books look like or whatever, but it's just, it was aspirational to get to that many followers and that many people in the live stream, but I think that in life, in my business career, I was fortunate to work for two large beverage alcohol companies. I was not always able to write the biggest check in the way of support and what have you. But one of my found pillars was to create a memorable experience for those individuals, whatever that be. And then that was getting to know the community as well, whatever that is. So I would say my vibe may evolve based on my community, that type of thing.
Sure.
And so, but
and then
it's interesting, the national that you were talking about. Bobby, we're going to get you to the national this year?
Not this year, next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eric, are you going to make it to the national?
I have never had a desire to go.
Okay. Carlos.
I specific, my brand is that I pretend that I have been permabanned. I'm not allowed to go to the national, Dave. Okay. I am banned. I am banished.
Okay.
We'll drive down.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Dave, it really goes back to what I was saying earlier.
Stop at some casinos along the way.
Where
I'd stay at the casino. I'll just stay there. I'd rather be there. Thank you.
Pick me up
real quick before you go, Eric. I'll read a couple of these comments before you go, and then we'll talk about the candidate cities. I actually want to have a little chat about the candidate cities. Sure. This is kind of funny. Let's talk about it. All right. So real quick, Stuke says a hardcore pawn convention in Detroit. Facts. Rick Vintage Bob Ball Cars. Good evening, Rick. I wonder how many of these cities are paying for the national to come. They are making bids. 2 places nobody wants to visit. So that's kind of a funny thing, which is, here's the thing. Bobby's undying love notwithstanding, there are some people that you could convince with the Atlanta thing. Like you could make a pitch for a certain. Atlanta has some stuff going on with it. Again, not my cup of tea, but doesn't mean they don't have stuff there that people could visit and hang out at. Look, again, Eric might be banned permanently from Cards HQ given his war with Teapot, but everybody else might be able to go to Cards HQ and participate in some of those other things. And there could be some good food options out there. Like so when you talk about a host city, you want all the amenities, because at the end of the day, the national, to put it this way. So the running joke, Dave, is I say I'm permabanned because for a long time, I didn't necessarily have the timing wasn't right. I was doing work and I was doing other things, or the money wasn't there. And then finally one year, it looked like the combination was going to come together for one of the Chicago ones. I thought I actually had a hotel booked for it. I had it there with a refundable booking because I wanted to make sure I had my bases covered. And at the end, it didn't work out at that time. But I figured that was the last shot that I was going to go, because the value of the national is not there for me for what I need to get out of the experience. And the vacation part of it, it's too expensive a vacation for what I actually get, because I know I'm not going to spend all the time on the show floor. So then the other elements come into play, but then I'm still paying the premium price. There's so many things I could do for the amount of money so just from a cost standpoint, with the exchange rate and all that, I'm looking at hotel, travel, accommodation, all these things. I'm already thousands of dollars in before we even set foot in the door. And then eating out. And then, if I buy, heaven forbid I buy a card at a card show. What an idea. But that's going to cost me something too, on top of everything else. And you just keep adding up. The cash register keeps going off, Dave. And the amount that I'm getting back for this is like
exchange rate.
Yeah, that's a tough sell. If I'm going to spend that much money, look, I'd rather go to Vegas in that case. Like Vegas is expensive, but I guarantee I can find a way to have a good time in Vegas. I know where to go at this point from my previous visit. So I'll find some entertainment. I'll be all right. But I'm paying for that. But at the same time, I will get a good experience out of it. Whereas I cannot guarantee that at a national.
Sure. No.
So that's the thing. For the expense, I don't see the return from an entertainment and like personal enjoyment standpoint to match. There are other things I could do. If I do end up down there at some point stateside, I would actually rather attend a couple of the regional shows and hang out with some friends that are in these different pockets of the country, because the show is so big at this stage. And I think this is why some of these venues are being considered, because of the size of the show, because I think you're going to find this particular national, it's outgrown Chicago. I think you're going to find it's going to be packed to the gills, and it's actually going to be a worse experience for it, which is why I think they're seriously considering these other venues, because Chicago wasn't included in this conversation and Atlantic City was not included in this conversation. The finalists here are not Atlantic City or Chicago, which has been the dominant forces in the national rotation for years.
Yeah. That
says something.
Yeah.
It says something.
Yeah. And I always thought, that Dallas, would be a potential good city for it. I know that there's been some success.
You've got the venues there for it on the right circumstances. You could. Well, Dallas already has like a quarterly show. No, not even. It's every 2 months. Like they already run a big show every 2 months. So I don't think Dallas needs it. I think that's kind of the thing.
Maybe
they
the
already
National
have
has to go to 2 times a year.
I don't know. I don't know if the hobby world is ready
you can
for
have
that.
it in the South,
Yeah.
Southwest a little bit, in the winter months, and the summer months you bring it up a little bit northeast. Same.
Yeah. So that's kind of so I think all that factors into it. I'll read a couple of these comments and we'll kind of continue down this thread here. I might have to banish myself for Saturday this year. Work is doing a suite at the Cubs game. There you go. There you go, Paul. Have fun. Came back just in time for Atlanta. Listen, Zach, we got you. Don't worry. We should totally have an anti-national in Vegas the same week as the show. It's not a bad idea.
Hey.
My dream, Dave, for many years, and because obviously as a sports card, associated channel, I do have national coverage, which everybody always says, like, well, how can you do that? Because you're not actually going to national. No, I have my annual not national coverage. I bring people on who are at the national. I can talk to them anyway. We've got the medium, the communication medium, so I can do it from the comfort of my own home. I don't have to travel anywhere, Dave. It's fantastic. So my not national coverage happens anyway. But I always joke that my favorite, one thing I would love to do if the circumstances allow, circumstances are the thing, if it allowed, the weekend of the national, I would get on a plane to do my national coverage. And then I just wind up in Vegas and I do the entire thing from Vegas and be nowhere near the actual national. I would still be on vacation, but it's like, I'm having way more fun over here. See you guys later.
True, right?
Yep. Like the difference between a stadium concert versus a dive bar local show, to each their own. Fair. That's valid. It's a new hobby, but the 99 National Atlanta was dead. I didn't see a person in the hallway until I bought my ticket. And then again, when I ended the show. Yeah. I do think it'll be, if they go that route, I do think it would be better than that. I think that's facts. I do think it's interesting, though. These are two very interesting selections. I think, based on the description, a lot of the thought process is that they do have convention centers that are designed to have more capacity, which I think at this point is critical. You need the extra space. I think that's going to be part of it, no matter what. So I don't know. Let me ask this question. So, Dave, this is obviously a couple of years down the road here, which is not going to be immediate. But 2028, you decide you're going to go to the National. Do you have a preference, Atlanta or Detroit? Which would you rather go to? And remember, we're talking Atlanta, late July, early August. Factor that in too. It's kind of important, this is all part and parcel of it. Remember, the totality of it is the consideration: hotel, accommodation, weather, the situation, getting to and from. Like, this is all part of the equation. So I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I would think that even though I have been in Houston in July, I would say Atlanta versus Detroit. Although they have a good sports following in Detroit, the baseball team is relevant again. The hockey team has always had a great following. The football team is very relevant right now. So there could be something said for that they're getting their vibe back. But like you had mentioned, the last few times that I've been in Detroit, the safety factor it would basically be a bigger Atlantic City situation, So from a safety, when you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cards and maybe billions, and then people walking around, YouTubers that say, hey, in the first 2 hours of the National, I just spent $50,000. I'm looking to spend 50 the other days. They're going to do face recognition on that person and just, hey, let's try to find that person because they're walking around with $50,000 today. So the bad guys are going to be, not to say that the bad guys couldn't be anywhere, but safety could. I'd feel a little more safe in Atlanta, and Atlanta has had large conventions, whereas Detroit, other than the big car show, I don't know if Detroit's really been known. I mean, another place that they would consider that is a really good convention place would be Orlando.
Say Las Vegas, Dave. Say Las Vegas, Dave.
Well, Vegas would be
the
great.
Correct answer is Las Vegas.
Orlando, Florida does a great job with conventions. And
don't encourage Florida man, Dave. We know plenty. We know Florida man in the chat. Don't encourage him.
So they have the infrastructure to support.
They do.
And, so my vote would be for Atlanta, and my second choice would be Detroit.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I get it. Look, I can make the argument for it. I get the general idea behind it. At this point, I think it came down to, like, there's a lot of things in Chicago they liked. I think they just reached the point that now it's bursting at the seams, and they know that by the time they're looking at that point, even if they sustain the current level, what this current year will be, even if they don't grow, even if they sustain, they're going to be bursting at the seams. It's going to be, I think, a little bit of a struggle to infrastructure wise to make that work, because the hotels are already, this particular show, apparently the hotels are really difficult to come by, the close ones. Paul here says, I'm assuming maybe it's both the upper and lower at Rosemont. We'll see. It could be. They do host a Chicago Spectacular upstairs. The Nationals only using downstairs last time. Autographs were upstairs, but they're only using 10 to 20% of that space. It would help. But I think also, are we good on parking? Are we good on the nearby? Because the nearby hotels was one of the selling features for a lot of people. It was that the Chicago, the area, because we'll say Chicago, but in reality, we're talking about Rosemont, which is outside of Chicago.
Yes.
But that area allows you, nearby hotels is a big feature. It's a critical feature, because that allows you to like, you can walk out of the show floor, pop over to your hotel, drop something off, and then pop back over if you want to. And the closer the more hotels and things around it that you have, the easier it is. Maybe to put it this way, Eric, to a lesser degree. Obviously, we talk about the expo. Well, what's one of the things the expo has? It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's also beside the airport. Yep. And it's also beside these clusters of hotels around it. And there's really not much else. But if you want to head a little bit out, you can still hit up a ton of restaurants. Obviously, we got the close ones. But if you're willing to go a little further, there's more options. So you've got restaurants, you've got hotels available, different types, depending on what you want to do. You've also got the airport right there. So if you flew in and you stay at the hotel, you can head back over to the airport and fly right back out. So you've got the airport is literally right beside the convention center. So you've got these things in close proximity. That's infrastructure. That allows you to then build up and because you've got all the different halls, you can expand or redo the configuration a couple different ways. That's what has helped the International Center be useful for the expo over these years.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come to Boston, believe it or not. Boston, everything is very close. Boston's one of the major cities, but it's actually really small. There's a lot, most everything is in walking distance, especially if you're in shape. It's even more walking distance.
Eric, funny you mentioned this. What a coincidence. I happen to have an article right here from Sports Collectors Daily. There's a 1,000-table show planned for Massachusetts in 2020. Eric, you don't need the National. You've got a 1,000-table show coming to the sports complex in Marlborough, Massachusetts. Isn't that enough for you, man?
It is, and that should be enough. I'm good.
So now they're planning the Northeast Sports. This is the Northeast Sports Card Expo, planning a show for the summer of 2026. Eric, mark your calendar for the summer of 2026 at the sports complex in Marlborough, June 26th to 28th, 2026. But here's what my question about this. I actually had this queued up. It was funny you mentioned it, Eric. It was perfect timing. But it was funny, and I'll include a link in the description for anybody who wants to read this. You can check it out for yourself. I do think, though, I do have one question. It says 1,000 tables is what they're planning for. Okay. Ambitious. I like it. Sure. But if they're saying spread out over 150,000 square feet, that actually feels small for 1,000 tables. That actually feels a little cramped. And I'll tell you why I say that.
Been there.
But here's the thing, just from a square footage perspective, the reason I'm saying this is because the expo has about 400 to 500 vendors generally, and has, let's say, 600 or 700 tables is probably the appropriate number for expo. Let's say this past expo, they had over 200,000 square feet. So you were able to fit the autograph guests. You were able to remember when we're talking about the square footage, are you going to have autograph guests? Because that consumes space, right? So if you've got any tables are one thing. What about the cafeteria or the food options there? Yep. What about, if you have any corporate presence, that'll take up some space. The expo can manage because we've got 200,000 square feet. It is reconfigurable. You can add a hall here or there if you need to. You can use some of these side rooms if you need to for some of the additional space if you require it. So you can mess about a little bit, and it doesn't feel too cramped. We're not closed in like sardines, and we can actually have a little bit of space, but we can still have a lot of tables. But if you're telling me 1,000 tables over 150,000 square feet, that feels like a little bit of a squeeze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate going to big shows. Little ones, I guess I expect you know, they're going to try to jam in, you know, to a VFW hall, you know, so it might be a little packed. But I hate going to bigger shows and feeling like I'm at a small show, and that you jammed up like this, and you can't see at the tables, and you know, you're looking over people's shoulders. It really takes the fun out of it, and you're more apt to just walk away or leave early because, you know, it just wasn't enjoyable. So, you know, I understand it's a business. They want to make as much money as possible, you know, the promoters, but they also need to make it functioning so people enjoy the experience. And
yeah, if the tables get too crammed, you know, if someone bypasses your table, they might not come around again. And that's sort of what happened with the expo, I guess a few, what was it, 3 ago that we set up back in June?
Give or take, yeah. Something like that.
You know, they missed your table. They're not coming back. And they said, I didn't even see it. It's like, because we were across from Jason Martin at that time. And, you know, if we have a few guys talking in front, they go by. They don't come back around again. It's not like you're on the outside corner where you keep circling or something, but it's, you know, it just happens that way. And that's why the expo is at that point that you got to get an outer, if you're going to sell really well there, you need an outer corner booth more than you need a single stream along the edge. You know, it's not really going to work. Well, it can. I mean, it depends what you have, but I'm just saying, you know, I mean,
sure. So, I'll read a couple of these comments here. Stu was saying, I took a hotel shuttle to the Atlanta National. Sadler here says, I was debating on heading to Cleveland last year since it was within driving distance. Saw the crowds from the videos and was like, nope. Fair. Yeah. So you can be a victim of your own success. Ironically, if there's too much going on, it can turn some people off because they don't want to be crammed in like sardines. They want to be able to breathe a little bit. Dan here says, within a 10-minute walk from Chicago National Steakhouse, a barbecue joint, and a dispensary. All the necessities of life, so it would seem. Marlboro Man, that's right. So 3-0 Oilers apparently. So right now I was just double checking. So Dallas has got them right where they want them. Yeah, basically that's what happened. Yeah. So Eric, we got him right where we want him.
Yeah, exactly.
Good evening, Dylan. Zach says, what if the card show boom is over before that 1,000-table show? I don't think it'll die that quickly, but a 1,000-table show is ambitious. We'll see. I don't know what this initial stands for, but I'll go with it.
Well, it's turning into more of a social event too. On top of that, it's not just going there to buy cards. It's people getting together, groups, and you know, all this online stuff that we do. It's a lot of that. You have Hall of Fame gatherings. You have a lot of different things.
Obviously, but one thing that would concern me, again, I'm not familiar with it. We may have to send Eric out in the field to scout. But one thing that would concern me here, just looking at this image that they provided for this place. Look at what looks like the size of the parking lot.
That doesn't look
that is actually kind of tiny. Because you got a parking lot here.
Got to be bigger up this way.
I would hope
you assume, but like you just think like, okay, you may have that. That's why, Eric, I was a little concerned about the 150,000 square feet. That sounds like a lot until you consider how much space some stuff can take up.
Why do you need all that?
And it actually, depending on how you configure this, it almost feels like you're trying to cram way more into a smaller space than 1,000. You can probably get 1,000 tables. There's enough probably dealers within driving distance of it that you could make it work. Is the actual venue capable of holding it? Or you're just trying to stuff people in?
That's why I really like the Boston Convention Center. It's absolutely enormous. I mean, it is so freaking big, and they have an enormous parking lot behind it. It's easy access to everything. You can walk from South Station. You can, you can Uber from the airport. It's hotels everywhere, restaurants everywhere. It's really a great location. I really think it would really be nice for something like the National. I don't know why they're choosing Marlboro to do 1,000-table show, but I'll probably check it out. It's only about an hour from me, maybe just a few minutes less if there's no traffic. And as the year creeps up, we'll see about going, and I'll let you know. But the last big show I went to around here, that wasn't at Shriners, because that place is great, tons of parking, easy to get to, blah blah blah. But it was a show in Quincy, and it was at a large hotel, and
the freaking names of places in Boston is unbelievable.
And
they just named it after Steve. What's the problem?
Oh yeah,
no, not Quincy.
Yeah.
Quincy.
No, that's we're going with what I said originally.
Back in the 80s.
No,
yeah,
it's
cool.
not. It's not the same. The parking was absolutely horrible, and I was surprised there wasn't a riot.
Well, last time Steve invites you by his house, Eric.
Yeah, it was bad. Cannot. I will not go to that venue again for a show.
Well, I'm not, as a Hall of Fame adjacent influencer, this is big news right now. Dan here says car shows have become the primary way to buy cars as the U.S. Postal Service collapses and Canada goes on strike again. It's all falling apart, Dave. It's all falling apart. Yeah. It's gonna be all car shows all the time.
Be on Whatnot. Don't worry.
Yeah,
there you go.
We'll be able to sell to you on Whatnot. There's plenty of parking on Whatnot.
There is, yes.
Park your rear end and park your seat. Your ass in your seat.
Rear end on Whatnot.
Something.
Park your behind in a seat and watch the stream, and it'll be to you in 48 hours, or So yeah.
Here you go. Dan's making a valid point here. And as car shops have influencers with dark shades, can't trust those guys. Shady people. Shady. Imagine the kind of a deviant that would sit indoors with glasses with shades on.
I'd be the first one to agree with that.
Just imagine the kind of individual that would do such a thing.
Yeah. Well, he's doing a Stevie Wonder tonight, right? He's
it happens. Eric's never had to deal with a venue without valet parking. It is true. Eric does have high requirements.
We're
and high
clipping
standards.
that.
Oh, we're clipping all of it. It's happened. It's like, this is what Eric thinks of Stevie Wonder. That's offensive. I'm offended for him.
Yeah, I'm very superstitious.
Oh, look at this guy. That's inappropriate. How dare he? But I think that'll be interesting. Obviously, years away, so it's not going to be an issue for us now. But then this next Chicago one is going to be very illustrative. I guess we'll see. We'll see how the next cycle of them go. I do agree with kind of Dan's general point, though, that there is some value to having the local card show scene or kind of these destination card shows, because there's some people that go out of their way to kind of plan it on the calendar and kind of go that route. But obviously, look, they're trying. Forget about Marlboro. Obviously, Bobby's personal favorite, like he sits there and religiously listens to Gong Show, his personal favorite. They've been covering recently the attempt to build up a Saskatchewan card show. That's been one of the recent things, and they're talking to a couple of guys that are building something out there. And obviously, given that it's a more remote location, relatively, they're going to pretty much
everything.
If they can build it,
Saskatchewan.
Yeah. But the thing is, if they're able to, based on what they're trying to do, if they're able to have a successful launch of this, they're not going to have a ton of competition. So really, if you can build a solid show there, you'll have the local market. You'll be able to kind of have that.
Sure.
And look, there are plenty of cards in Saskatchewan. Like Steve alone will keep a Saskatchewan filled with cards. So there's plenty out there. That isn't the issue. The question then is just having those dealers that are available or that are in neighboring provinces nearby that come by. Look, they like to do business. There's some dealers that are doing the circuit. And if you provide them, they can go from province to province to province, back and forth, rather than have to skip multiple provinces and shoot coast to coast. If there's business there, they'll go. All you have to do is put the people in the room. If you can put enough people in the room, there'll be interest from some of these dealers to try it. So we'll see. But if they can do it in Saskatoon or Saskatchewan, Marlboro isn't that much of a stretch. 1,000 though is ambitious, Eric. like that's you're shooting straight for the big number. Like that's a big number.
Because I mentioned it tonight. I've talked about it for years. We got the Shriners show is our big Northeast major show, and that's not 1,000 tables, and that's the biggest show around. So obviously they are trying to outperform Shriners and kind of become number one, and they're giving it a year's notice, and they're going to be promoting it and getting the people, and but like I said, Shriners isn't the most beautiful place, but it's easily found. It's right off the highway. It is large enough, spacious. There's no bells or whistles, but it just checks off every single thing you're looking for. And That's why it's been successful for so long. Now they're going to try something bigger and better someplace, and look at a shiny new building in Marlboro, and okay,
I think they're going to need the Marlboro Man. I think that's their only hope.
Yeah, well, he died.
But Eric, that's how they're going to get 1,000 people. He has risen.
Oh, well, I'll show
Marlboro Man is back.
I'll show up to see that.
I'm just saying, Dave, look, I got this figured out. If they can bring back the Marlboro Man for the Marlboro show, we're on our way right here. We're cooking with gas.
I was a 70s and 80s kid. That Marlboro Man was cool as shit.
That's what I'm saying. That might be all. Look,
I wanted to be him so bad.
You're still trying to be him to this very day. If
smoked,
you go,
but man, I wanted to be cool like him.
You might as well try. Look, if they can bring back the Marlboro Man, Eric will be there. He'll have his own booth, Bobby, where he will speak to people the good word of Geoff Wilson. He'll hold his sports card collecting for dummies and try to tell them the good word.
Well, in a year from now, obviously, I'll be Geoff's right-hand man in a year from now, and I'll be representing, the franchise at the show, I'm sure.
Well, that's after, of course, the no holds barred steel cage match between you and Teapot to fight for that role.
He doesn't have a shot.
Wow, Dave. We try to be men of peace here, and Eric is trying to unleash the dogs of war.
Listen, the day I get my ass kicked by a man named Teapot, come on,
Eric. So before I'm going to read Dan's comment. I'm going to read Dan's comment, but I feel, Bobby, there is an important variable that Eric has not considered, and I will explain that momentarily. So first, I'll read Dan's comment. Dan said, "I used to really like Eric until he rage baited me." That's valid. Now, real quick, there's an important variable here, and I think this is key, Dave. It's all about strategy. I think Eric has not considered something important. He just looked at Teapot and then looked at himself, and he said, "I can beat Teapot. I can take him." But he hasn't considered that both Bobby and I would totally rig this against him. Like, we would turn on. It's not even a Judas situation. Like, we're leading with, we will betray you. We will make sure Teapot wins this fight. Whatever it takes, Eric.
He'll come at you like a spider monkey.
Yeah. And then just when you think just when you think, Eric, that victory is upon you, the Acme anvil falls on you.
Yep.
Where did it come from? Who can say?
Yep.
You made a lot of enemies, Eric. A lot of enemies.
Yeah, I have.
You really have.
I really have. Oh, and not just this week. I'm talking like for 50 years. Yeah. A lot.
You made at least 3 of them on this live stream.
No,
I know. Imagine all the people in the chat.
I know I'm 51, but I think I was pretty well behaved that first year.
Wow.
Oh, you're going to be 61 soon, Dave.
Yeah. But 4th of July, right around the corner.
Hey, me too. Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Stu says, might be some nice MB hockey plates from Italy and Chicago. There you go. Good hockey town. Nice. Eric would say, ass kicked by most men high on pot. That's probably true. Zach says, Geoff might be the GOAT, but not the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. That's true. Hasn't achieved that honor yet. Josh says, Thunderdome. Always love the Thunderdome reference. Brandon says, Teapot's middle name is Payne.
Oh, you're in trouble, brother. Yeah.
You're getting it, Eric. Eric, like I'm telling you, the fix is in, bro. You're losing this. Like, I don't care what you think you're doing. Like, you've got a replaced hip. You've had a head that's been concussed 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Your defeat, you will literally melt at the exposure to a jar of mayonnaise. And I got plenty of mayonnaise, Eric.
All right. Well, listen. If he brings mayonnaise to the fight, that's cheating. That ain't fair.
Eric, what he does is of no consequence. In this scenario, again, Bobby and I, we're back to what I said before.
That's not fair. That's playing dirty.
There's been the beer truck, Eric.
I'll stop.
There's been the milk truck, Eric. Wait until you see the mayo truck that I got ready for you. It's going to say Hellman's right on the side of it.
Shh. Dave, he doesn't like mayonnaise at all.
I'll stop puking.
Yeah,
it's his weakness.
He can't have one like you and chicken, man.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I can't be around it. I can't see. I can't. If they talk about it long enough, I'll start gagging. There was one time, for real, I almost threw up in the trash barrel next to me because we talked about it for too long, and it was in my brain, and I almost threw up in the trash barrel.
But he eats the shit out of that stuff called fluff that's made in Boston.
Yeah, it's right down the road.
He's got his handful in that jar and just
Okay. Different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, I'm a little worried though. The problem is that I repeat, I don't believe Eric. I have visual evidence that would suggest otherwise.
There he is.
I'm not looking.
Hugging a gigantic jar of mayonnaise. I don't know, Eric. I feel like our visual evidence is suggesting otherwise. Just saying. Dave, we've got so many things going on. Like I got production values on production values. I got so many things going on over here.
I tell you guys, this has been a great opportunity. I mean, glad to be on here and learn about you guys do this on a weekly basis. I understand, huh?
For 5 years.
Long time, Dave. Long time.
Wow.
The joke has been that on Sports Card YouTube, there are lots of live streams, especially now. There are plenty of live streams out there. But I have had a live stream of some variety on this channel every single week since October of 2020. Fantastic. We are in the year 2025.
Wow. That's awesome. Kudos to you, man. That's awesome. Yeah.
It's consistency. It's just consistency. Done the holiday special, had live streams on Christmas, had live streams on New Year's, did it. Happens.
Fantastic.
During the show?
Yeah. I've enjoyed it, and I welcome the opportunity when Bobby presented it to me to come on as a guest. And if you'll have me, I'll pop in periodically, or we can cover another topic, or I can be just a listener or what have you. But I enjoyed today, and your listeners out there, and I hope they've enjoyed it. And I welcome to join DJ Steals and Deals when they can. For those that don't go on to Whatnot, I'll post on my social media what shows I will be at, and maybe we can interface there. But
so what I'll do, Dave, is I'll get from Bobby. I'll confirm just to make sure I've got all the right ones when we do this, because a lot of folks check this out on replay. So what I'm going to do is I'll get a little bit of your information. I will put it in the description so that people can follow. So I'll get a couple of your things. I'll confirm it with you and Bobby, so we'll get it.
Sure.
And whatever, if you Instagram, whatever you have, you let me know. And because right now the email you receive from me, you can reply back to that. Give me any contacts you want used, and then I can put them in the description so that people have them.
Any links or anything?
Yeah, exactly. Anything you've got, any specific handles or anything, and that way I can include them, and they'll be accessible to people.
DJ Steals and Deals.
DJ Steals and Deals.
So you can just reply back to that, and whatever you give me, I'll be able to include.
Sounds good, man. Well, hey,
all right.
I'm going to jump for tonight, and I look forward to seeing you guys sometime in the near future. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Good seeing you, Dave.
Sounds good.
Likewise.
Have a good night. Take it easy, Dave.
Bye now.
Yeah.
He's running for his life.
I think so.
He's like, my reputation has been completely destroyed being on this shit ass show. No one's gonna buy a goddamn thing from me because I've been connected with those idiots.
I know.
Idiots, plural is too many, Eric. Plural is too many.
No, he is regretting all his life's choices right now, and he's running for his life.
Don't you always regret your life choices?
Oh, daily, but it's too late.
He's used to it. Dave's not.
Yeah.
No, that's it. This is
Dave just came out of the flip phone era, and now he's on Whatnot. Like I was sitting there going, "Nah, you're kidding."
Bobby, you're gonna see when he does his Whatnot show, he's gonna use VR models. It's all gonna be AI generated. It's gonna be holograms going on. It's gonna be wild.
I just want to hear techno in the background. That's all.
Could be.
That's
it. Says Mayo wrestling is a new Jello wrestling. Eric's into some Mayo wrestling. I thought he was a Duke's Mayo guy. Look, we want to get it. We want to get Eric that little plush. The Dukes has a plushie.
Oh,
I was like, yes, it does. Yes. Rizky here says, Eric, I couldn't eat.
Who knows?
Who knows? Eric's Rizky says here, Eric, I also couldn't eat mayo, but then I started brushing my teeth with it. Now I love it.
See?
Come on.
It does help.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Eric goes off camera to eat a spoonful of mayo. If these guys ever find the truth, I'm dead. Fact sack.
No.
Dan here says we call Eric E-Pot. It's valid.
E-Pot. Oh, Teapot and E-Pot. Oh, yes.
The tag team we all wanted.
Damn. I love it.
They start off as nemesis and then eventually team up.
Yep. Oh, yes. Tag team later. Yes.
Yep.
Like the British Bulldogs. Except
You can decide which one you are,
You wear
Eric.
the
You can be
same
David Boy
shorts,
Smith or the Dynamite Kid. You decide.
bathing suits. Oh yeah, I
You-
can see it.
Yeah.
Yellow.
I always
bathing
like Davey
suits with
Boy.
a little black trim.
It's true, but the openness of your body is closer to the Dynamite Kid.
Yeah.
Like he's very broken. At least he was. He might have passed
They
away.
have both passed away now, right?
I think so. We have Davey Boy for sure. Dynamite Kid, I'm pretty sure.
I think they both passed away, which
Oh,
is too bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Unfortunately, they're both still in better shape than you, which is weird.
Because they were my all-time favorite.
They were very good.
Loved them.
Yep.
Yep. Hated the Hart Foundation. They were the bad guys, right? And just loved the British Bulldogs. Oh my God. Huge fan at the time. You know, still at that point where I'm like, is this real? Is it fake? I don't care. I just the English national anthem or whatever it was that came on, and they came marching down with the big British flags, and every once in a while they had the dog with them. You know,
the Bulldog, yeah.
Man, loved the Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
They were my all-time favorite tag team.
There you go. What, not the Killer Bees?
I loved the Killer Bees. I absolutely did, but not as much as the Bulldogs.
My favorite thing, Bobby, was those LJN figures, the big rubber ones, the larger ones, larger form factor ones, because you had box sets one that had the different tag teams, and because they still sold them in Canada into the early 90s. So you could still get them in the box and, you know, in the packaging and everything. And so Carlos Sr. found a bunch of them, and I had the box of the Killer Bees. That was the one. It was the tag team with the Killer Bees. Yeah, that was the one I had. I had some of the other ones as singles, but the one that we had in the box was the Killer Bees.
That was what, B. Brian Blair and
Jumping Brunzell or something. Brunzell was the other one.
Yeah.
His full name escapes me, but I'm pretty sure it was Brunzell was the name.
Huge Killer Bee fan. Just the Bulldogs are my all-time favorite.
I'm gonna take some pills. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Yeah, let me get it here.
Jumpin' Jim Brunzell.
Yeah, Jumpin' Jim Brunzell. Yeah, and B. Brian Blair. Those are the two.
The fact that that's still in my brain and hasn't been knocked out yet, and I can still recall that, is scary to me.
Should be scary to you. We're all frightened a little bit, Eric. All a little bit frightened. But yes. So that was good. No, thank you to Dave for hanging out and participating. We wish him luck. Obviously, we wanted to make sure we at least touched on. That's why it's always a little weird. Unfortunately, it's a reality of the whole whatnot thing. Is that a bunch of folks are trying to make a go of it. Good luck to them. But obviously, you know, the platform isn't helping its own reputation. It's not making it easier for these people. Whether he does a good job or not, it doesn't change the fact that you're making it hard.
It would take. It would take something pretty astronomical for me to go back to it. Like new ownership and then immediate expulsion of Backyard Breaks and any other platform that, broke the rules of their policy rules. It would have to be something astronomical. I think I'd be a hypocrite if I was like, oh, well, Dave's going on there and I like Dave. And
Eric, look, jokes aside, I don't think it would require something that astronomical. I think all it would require is new management that says we got to clean this up, ban Backyard Breaks and a couple of the other bad actors right away to send a message. The thing is, they're making a ton of money, but it would send a message if you've knocked them off the platform and just told everybody, hey, you violated the terms of service repeatedly. These were the rules here were the rules. We didn't change the rules. Here were the rules you guys agreed to. You violated them. You're out. If you did that, it would send a message. It would make very clear that you're we're not asking you to build new rules. We're asking you to adhere to the rules you already have.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah. So
and I think that would send the message I think that would send the message you're looking for. I think it would satisfy a lot of people that at least we're not asking you to change the speed limit. We're asking you to actually follow through and actually follow the speed limit.
Yeah.
If somebody violates it, do what you need to do.
Right. Yeah. And, I want to support, the people that I know. I don't want to call them my friends because I don't have any of those. My acquaintances that do business there, I want to support them. I want to go and be in the live chat and kind of get their numbers up and, and interact and all that. But I can't in good conscience, especially after everything that I've said. I think it would be hypocritical. And, when we do talk about serious things on this show, people know the difference from when I'm being serious and when I'm not. I think I've gained some respect and credibility when it comes time to talk about serious subject matters, and I've made a stand on this. I think sexualizing children is disgusting, and I won't be a part of it. And that's just the way I stand. And I can't go, well, for Dave, I'll go back. No, I'm sorry. I can't. So I know it's a depressing topic and it takes the fun out of the show when we have to discuss these things, but these are the things that are going on in our hobby that we all say we care about. And we say this hobby is important to us, but somehow we can just overlook some of these things because they're not fun and they get in the way of us having fun. Well, I don't know. I got to make a stand somewhere. And I think sexualizing little girls is where I'm going to make my stand, I guess.
I see.
I mean,
Steve
I live with my mother, my wife, and my daughter. My best friend in my life that I've had since childhood is a woman. I have a mother-in-law, a sister-in-law, a niece. I just gotta put a stand somewhere.
Indeed. Finish up here the comments. The last one here was Jumpin' Jim Brunzell golfed in a celebrity golf tourney in his foursome. Nice.
Oh, cool. No, I think he's still alive because I think I've seen him in some documentaries.
I think he might be, yeah. I think a couple of those guys.
I've definitely seen Brian Blair. I thought Brunzell was still alive also. Don't quote me on it, though.
Could be. Nick Bockwinkel handed me the golf bag I won in the tourney. Larry Hennig was the other wrestler who was in the crowd. Pretty good group.
Absolutely.
Nicely done. By the way, quick question. I've got a question for you, Stug. I know you were out doing the card show, I want to say, in Texas. How'd it go? Or how is it going? Curious about that. This, Zach, could be a good question anytime. Specifically in this case, though. Specifically, what Eric was referring to was the whole backyard breaks thing with, what's his name? Friggin' the guy who basically owns backyard breaks.
The owner.
Yeah, I forget his name now all of a sudden. But yeah, backyard, whatever his name is. But yeah, he was the one who basically, self-suspended himself after basically the clips came out of him having a hypothetical daughter. Look, all you need to know, hypothetical daughter, gave scenarios that were inappropriate and illegal, and then kind of tried to walk it back like he was joking, and you're screwed. So it's like, but as usual, whatnot didn't do anything. Grant, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Backyard Grant, thank you. But yeah, bottom line is that under any organization that wants to take seriously the idea of policing your community guidelines, by all community guidelines, that's a no-go. Like that's a red line. You crossed it. Normally, you suspend the account at the minimum and then go from there.
They should.
They didn't even do that. Yeah. So that's the overarching issue. And that for a lot of people, not Eric isn't the only one. For a lot of people, that turned them off the platform. Sure. And that's why when we were talking with Dave, we said, we will be as supportive as we can of you, but these are the challenges you're going to face. That's really
I joined Whatnot when Dave was on, or before he was on, actually. I started following him and stuff like that. And, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm supporting a friend and I'm not supporting the backyard's breaks. So I see it that way. It's not, you can't one bad apple or maybe a few bad apples is, half the barrel.
Well, that's why I say to me,
yeah.
To me, it's not a one-sided discussion. That's why when we were talking with Dave, we wanted to make sure we covered the full gamut here. We know folks that are whatnot. We are supportive of them to the best of our ability. But again, I gave reasons why separate from the backyard breaks thing.
I just want to watch
reasons why the platform is not even usable for me. As an individual, the platform's not usable. So it's also a bad experience on the platform for me. So even Eric, if they fix everything, I still got a problem where the app is junk, doesn't work for me, and I can't utilize it properly. So that's an issue too, separate from the other issue, which is a big issue as well. So all of it is not. So it's tough. Doesn't mean doesn't mean there isn't an audience there, because there definitely is. Doesn't mean you can't make money on it, which you definitely can. So that's all part of it. So it's a complicated issue, a little bit nuanced on this one.
And I just want to finish by saying again, I'm not telling anybody what to do. Be a part of it. Don't be a part of it. I don't judge anybody. And 20 years working with people with addiction issues, I learned on day one, you can't be judging people. So,
well, you're judging them, obviously. So,
and I judge Eric absolutely every single episode.
I'm judging someone. I'm judging Grant, and I'm judging Whatnot for how they handle.
Judge anybody. You just said,
but I don't judge. I don't
Mm-hmm.
judge people who choose or not choose to be a part of the Whatnot community, and who they're going to follow and where they're going to spend their money. I'm not telling people.
Pretty good polos,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you look good in a polo with the night. You know what I mean? Cardi's right there. Yeah,
same.
So
Stu Gear says the show starts on Sunday and runs through Monday. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, the Rich Klein show. There you go. One of Eric's favorites. See, Eric, you're causing problems all over the place here. Left, right, and center.
That's a very small show, I think.
Left.
Yeah, it is.
Left to right, not center.
Mm-hmm.
So Dylan says here, Carlos, so you're married. Do Vegas wives count? I'm asking for a friend.
Yes.
That doesn't count, right? That's not actually legal.
No, but it doesn't have to be legal. Common law.
Those are called weekend wives in Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah. So then no. As long as it doesn't count.
It's
Kids,
like show,
not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I deal with children.
Sorry.
Does that count?
Huh?
No, he's asking me, am I married? If Vegas wives don't count, then no. And he says, kids, I deal with children. Does that count?
Mm-hmm.
So then sort of. Ish.
I'm not married, but we've been together 30 years. So there you go.
Yep.
Didn't know.
So that's the answer to the question, Dylan. For legal purposes, no. Kids?
Yes.
And I got parents that act like kids. Does that count?
Yes, it does. Very much so. Because
so that's what I deal with.
That is a familia.
Mm-hmm. That's what I deal with. Yeah. There's a reason, Dylan, that I am aging much slower than my younger brother and some of my contemporaries.
Maybe.
They're aging super rapidly. Like they're already well into decay. You ever seen Raiders of the Lost Ark? You seen when the Nazis, the Holy Grail, and that's basically what they look like. And then I am the same age as they are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing okay. Could be worse. Hashtag don't have kids. Moving on. Fist bump to you. Hints had to be carried off after a slash. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be probably a tied series by the time tonight's done. Let's see if Dallas did anything. Yeah, right now it's 3-0 here in the third.
No.
They can still fight if they start firing.
Actually, talk. Come on, shush.
Well, Dallas actually came back last game. Oh, they actually did it.
Yeah.
I'm curious about shots.
Remember? There's 16 minutes left. This game isn't over yet.
No. I think what they've got to do, I think what they have to do is basically the same thing that happened in game one. You have to start firing a bunch of shots on net. No, but specifically, they started firing shots on net in volume and just tried to make Skinner make saves. And if you're just firing away, it works. But you've got to start absolutely. A couple of those shots were from weird angles, and it still worked. You created rebounds. You did just put it on net. This playoff, we're seeing crazy goals happening the whole playoff. Just put it on net.
Actually, good things happen. Crazy playoff. If you look at all the overtime games and what's been going on with the games, it's like series. It's unprecedented almost. I think I've never seen so many overtimes. I've never seen so many. Since '93 for the Leafs. I've never seen anything go overtimes and last minute goals and some crazy stuff going on.
It's been an awesome playoffs.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, in that regard, yes.
I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping. I want to see Dallas do well. I'm happy with where they've been going the last couple of years, but I would love to see them get over the hump of this one. and get to the finals. It's going to be tough though because the Panthers are right now rolling Carolina. They're rolling them real hard. It hasn't been competitive.
Slow roll.
Let's put it this way: Edmonton scoring goals here is not a surprise. They're high octane offense. They've got so much talent. Like that's to be expected. Dallas obviously has talent too. They were able to score in the previous game, so I suspect they'll be able to go back and forth and probably make this interesting. But right now, Carolina is actually like 0-14 in the conference finals, going back to like 2009. That's terrible.
Yeah, Bobby's the only one who hasn't picked yet, and it's kind of cheating now. But Bobby, do you want to give?
Oh, you haven't made picks on the conference
I would
final?
take Edmonton again, obviously.
Okay.
So that would be fair, and definitely Tampa Bay is definitely going to beat.
You mean Florida?
Florida.
I mean, yeah, Florida.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Otherwise, you give him Tampa Bay, Eric. You can give him Tampa Bay in the Eastern Conference.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. I got you down, Edmonton and Florida.
All right.
How we do on the last series?
You did pretty well. I think you won the last one, which ties us total.
Oh, does it? Okay.
But yeah, let me see if I can. Just give me a second.
All right, take a look. While you're doing that, I'll read the next comment.
Holy crap.
Yeah, take a look, and while you're doing that, I'll read the last comment. Zach, you were saying Eric being on the live stream is a Make-A-Wish gone wrong. True. Carlos is too busy doing charity work. Facts.
Yes.
You speak facts, sir.
So
you got
Bobby won the last round because he had 3 correct: Florida, Carolina, and Dallas. Carlos had 2. Brandon had 2. I had 2. So Bobby won the last round.
Okay.
I had won the first round.
You did.
So Bobby and I both have 7.
7 correct picks. Okay.
Yeah, Carlos has 6.
I would have picked Edmonton anyways, but it's only 1 game in anyways, so it doesn't matter. Well, 2 almost, but.
So yeah, so you won the last round. Good for you. Nice job.
All right. So still close enough here. We'll see how this round goes. I honestly think I've actually been shocked how badly Florida is pummeling Carolina, because Carolina had been doing a pretty good job being kind of stifling and holding people back.
The way they play against each other, it's and Florida's really a good team. Like they pass well,
they
do things, and then they have this lull. I don't know what happens to them. They just kind of die out, and then they get this resurgence sometime in the third period, and just like what? Where they come from?
Well, Carolina needs to find something, because right now they're not showing any fight. So
no.
Which is
if you make it that easy for Florida, they're going to cruise right to the final.
Yeah,
I have a lot of respect for Brindamore as a coach, and they, and over the
like
years,
I did for Shanahan,
have played like him, and
get out of here.
They're just not playing that Rod Brindamore type of hockey right now for some reason. But if they start to, this series is going to get very aggressive, and it's going to Carolina will win a game or 2.
I don't think players make great coaches all the time. I think they give them too much credit.
Didn't, but I think Brindamore has. I think he's done great.
Yeah. There's some that are cut out for it, and some of them not so much. It really depends.
And some have teams, and some don't. Like Don Cherry had a great team. Like otherwise, just say.
Yeah, Carl here. Good evening. Joining late. Just got home from Scotland. Pretty damn tired. Scotland. You missed out on all the Atlanta talk, man. This was your moment. Your moment to shine.
Scotland.
Bob Wizzle says, "I'm telling Eric Doctor that he took his shades off." Facts.
Yes.
Yeah, my eyes are burning now. I shouldn't have done that.
Burning.
You should have. You should have put.
You have to wear those bloody sunglasses
until my eyes stop burning.
Well, you took them off; they're burning, and you put them back on; they're still burning.
Well, yeah.
Have you considered throwing mayonnaise into your eyes?
Shut up.
That actually is it is. It's an official cure to the burning.
Remember, I am a hobby doctor.
Yeah, I know you are.
So I'm saying.
I was supposed to do a 5-hour ride tomorrow. And
why?
I obviously had to cancel
because he hasn't crashed recently enough.
I think so.
He feels like he's lacking.
No, it's an annual ride for a guy's birthday, and I'm not gonna be able to do it now, and I'm really disappointed.
Happy birthday.
Carl here says, would it help if Eric turned off? Yeah, exactly. Would it help if Eric turned off his lights? Don't take us back to the darkness. We've been in the darkness. Don't do it, Carlisle.
They're dimmed. They're dimmed pretty good in here. I'll tell you that. My computer screen is dimmed. The lights on the ceiling are dimmed. So
it still looks as bright as normal. Your yellow shirt is just
the camera. So I find. So I'll tell you this. It looks like Eric's webcam does it too. Certain cameras are like really good with low light. Like they adjust to it very well. Whenever I record my videos, 99% of the time, lately especially, I'm using my webcam here, and I'll use like StreamYard so I can do a screen share or whatever, and the microphone and the whole bit. But I still have like my vlogging style camera, and I still like to use it for the odd video here and there. And I was using it. This one though is really good for low light. So what happens is, as soon as it's basically, I don't even need to have this one on, and it gives me the lighting. But if I turn this one off with this webcam, it doesn't work as well.
No.
Yeah. So it actually looks dark, but with that other one, it adjusts it well, and I don't have to do much. It can handle low light. It's okay. So maybe his webcam is doing the same thing on the.
It might.
I have things turned down pretty low. Not as low as Monday, but things are pretty dark.
We couldn't see a Monday. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God, my eyes are.
Bubbles says Eric is sacrificing his health so because of Carlos can make the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. What a guy.
Maybe.
Man.
And I want to be adjacent.
Yep. And Tom here says porn cams are good with low light. Listen, what Eric doesn't want to use his Emmanuel in space setup during the live stream. He's got a special room, special lighting setup, his own specific television that's only in that room. Nobody's allowed to go in the room.
There's a red light.
Space room. It's its own thing.
And there's a red light. Roxanne.
Amsterdam is a state of mind, Bobby. Amsterdam is a state of mind. Zach says, Eric, man up and rub mayo on it. You know, you can't know it won't help. That's true.
You can't until you do it, right?
Yep. Carlisle says, everyone watching from home should dim their lights for Eric. There you go.
Yeah, that
love the support. Love the support. Tom says, $5 tips are going to start flowing. Maybe.
I think.
Maybe. Good evening, Bez. Emmanuel has the technology to heal Eric in more ways than one. Truth.
Unbelievable.
I see Mayor Orbitson on the screen tonight. That's right. The Mayo Man is back. Oh, can I tell you real quick? So when I had the last video that I did with Victor on the content thing, I want to talk about that for a minute. We were talking about a couple different things. Good conversation. One thing that I probably would change, so I'll just share this with you guys, and we'll do. We enjoyed having the conversation and content. Victor was very into it. It was great. I like that he was into it. It was fun. We'll probably revisit the conversation again and have an additional conversation. The only thing I'll probably do next time, though, and this is something that I have to do a one-on-one conversation with somebody to gauge the best way to do it. And I think came out very well. But I think what I would do next time, the only difference that I would do is I would probably kick the agenda back and forth with him ahead of time so that he has a chance to look at some of them. And he gave good answers, but I think if I gave him a little time to really think about and deep dive on a few of the things, I think we'll get an even more complete answer on some of them. Because I think there's more things that he can, because he can look maybe into some of the analytics and really look at it a little deeper and double checks. Because I know that when he does some of the videos where he really deep dives and gets a chance to prepare for them a little bit, obviously that's where you get some of the really good informative videos. So I think if we kick an agenda back and forth, I think we can get a little more out of that, because there's a couple of topics where I think we can go a little deeper.
Yeah, it was true. You know, it was good listening to you guys chat about, when he first started, he was very official and what have you. And I always wanted him to loosen up. And I said, hey, listen, I really loved the last video you did. I said, you're opening up more, you're getting more into other things, and you're not being so structured. And he's progressively moved from that time period to now. And now he has interesting videos. Some he talks about specific stars, doesn't really, get me going. So I just kind of, glance through it quickly. But, most of his other videos I tend to watch. And it was nice talking about content. It's interesting to listen to that aspect of things because, I don't do content at this point. So, we'll see going forward. But I think he's gonna do something really good with his website, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to, I think the big takeaway was that it's adaptation. There's no one correct way to do something. There are different ways that can work. One of the themes that I touched on briefly was the idea of balancing information with entertainment, because sometimes I think there are some channels that I watch that I enjoy, that do a good job in the sense that they've got great information, but the person may not have figured out their voice yet to present it. So it's like, and that's important. Delivery is part of it. So you got to be able to be like, because people will be listening to it, and like, if it sounds really dry, it's maybe harder for people, but there's still good information there. So the presentation is going to help. If you can keep folks engaged into it and keep them listening, then they'll get more of the good information you're providing, and then it'll come across more.
That's what I'm waiting to do. OPG3, just saying.
True. Yeah. So it's something, I think the adaptation's there, and that's why I say, like, for me, the reason I was mentioning that for me, it was a good lesson, because I actually think it was an opportunity. I hadn't done a one-on-one with Victor on that in that format, and not everybody. I like to kind of go off the cuff. I like to kind of roll with what somebody else says and then play off of it and go with it. And I think he did a very good job kind of hanging in there with me and doing it with me. But I think it's one of those things where there are some folks, though, that I think also helps if I give them a little more time to prepare on their side, because then when they come, then they'll have their questions and they'll already have some stuff already ready to go in mind. And then when I riff off of them, they're already ready with the next bit, and we can kind of go back and forth and bounce it back and forth.
Yeah.
Everybody's comfortable with different stuff. So you just have to kind of adapt a little bit as you go. So good start. And I think we've got some good stuff, some good takeaways. But I think round 2, when we get around to it, will be better, because I'll make those adjustments, and then I think we'll have a fun conversation, because now we'll know a little more, and now we're digging into some other stuff a little deeper. Bubbles says, Dr. Carlos, Dr. Victor had an interesting consult. Dr. Victor should have more fun. I think he's working on it. Work in progress. Dr. Carlos nailed it. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. But yeah, the one that I was keeping an eye on them, though, when that one piece that I was talking about with the whole the experiment that's being done with Brett McGrath stacking slabs and trying to do like a podcast networking. Bless him. I like that he's trying it. I'm interested. Like, I'm watching it from afar. So difficult to do, though. So tough to do. Because you have to come up with all these different, they're podcast episodes, but you have to come up like individual niches. Some people are genuinely only going to be interested in maybe this podcast and this podcast, and they're going to ignore this one and this one and this. So you have to offer different things for people. That's the only way. Otherwise, it's just not going to be interesting. Not everybody's going to want to listen to all of it. There's no way. But offering different flavors, I think, helps. It provides different options.
It did. Last time we did Ryan, me, and Victor, it wasn't really well structured. He didn't give us enough information on what we really wanted to discuss. The one prior to that was amazing. But this one was kind of searching for the right information. At the end of something, I want people to be satisfied that I gave them some information that I hadn't said before, or didn't reiterate, something that's new and interesting. And I didn't feel that the last one did that very much. I don't think we had that good banter conversation between or not banter, but just information back and forth between what we share and what we know. And I wanted to see more of a theme of what we really want to talk about, and focus on those themes, and then go forward from there. We didn't really do that last one. So the one before was really good, but this one was not so good. So
you better be careful with that, Bobby.
What's that?
Because I did that on Monday, and it backfired.
What do you mean?
Give people new information, things they haven't heard before. I tried doing that on Monday, and it blew up in my face. So you gotta be real careful with that.
I just meant hobby information.
Oh, I gave hobby information.
Oh, you sure did. Yeah.
You said, Eric, I will acknowledge you said words.
I did.
Words were spoken. I feel like that's as far as I'm willing to go with that.
Did I learn anything? Maybe.
You learn how deep a man can dig a hole. That's what you learn. And just go as deep as the hole will go.
And that a man's best friend can be a woman. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Bubbles says, you do good, Bobby Burrell. I never feel the need to bang the gong on Bobby. There you go.
What was that? I missed that. Sorry.
Bob was saying here, you do good, Bobby Burrell. Never feel the need to bang the gong on Bobby.
They call him the Gong Show. Yep.
I got it. Yeah. Heard it.
So there you go. So it's tricky. It's one of those things, you got to find a balance to it. But kind of the reason, so part of the reason I was mentioning is because, again, I wanted to thank Victor for participating in it. Great job by him. And like I said, next time around, we'll plan it a little bit because I think that'll work for both of us. I have no problem doing a more planned, structured one, but then that'll also allow him to add anything. There's a couple of things that we could definitely have some fun with that we didn't get a chance to touch on, but I still think we had a very good conversation. So a good start.
It's nice when you go down a few different paths and you really hit the points that you really think that brings new information to people, or maybe a discussion or an angle, what have you. That's really important for me when I do like one of those videos. Otherwise, we're just chatting here. It's a little bit different, but on those videos, I want to be more, giving people new information and different things that we haven't done before. So, and I think that makes it more watchable. If you reiterate the same thing that you're saying all the time, then it kind of gets a little bit boring. I heard him. I already heard what, Jeff Wilson already said. Did I say that? Oh, no. Yeah. Anyways, I know. And, it's always got to be a new thing. Sometimes you can make old new, which
no, you can
Justin
adjust.
Did a good job at the end. Yeah. He made the old look new.
You can play it. Look, you can play around with it. I'll use an example here in a second, but part of the reason I was mentioning it, in addition to kind of plugging the episode, because this week we've had a couple of different things. We had the podcast, of course, that was the controversy, but then also I had a video explaining it, kind of discussing it, which, by the way, I feel I would love, if you saw the one, I would really recommend checking out the other. I think it complements it. I think it adds a little bit more to it that I think may be helpful to some. And then Victor's conversation is a separate thing, but we still touched on a couple of those. Each one of those touched on it, but did not repeat all of the same stuff. So each one goes into different topics. So we were able to hit on different elements of it. But the other thing, one of the things I talked about, is that I love having that other YouTube channel, because that one is where I get to actually get a chance to play around with a format. That channel is not monetized. That channel did not have a viral video that built a bulk of the subscribers. So it allows me to play around with the format in whatever way I want. There's really no pressure to do anything, no pressure to sustain anything. I get a chance to kind of figure out what I want to do. And I actually recorded a video for that one just before this live stream. So I recorded it. I've already edited. It's going to go up on the channel and probably it'll drop tomorrow. But the reason I brought it up is that I wanted to have videos that didn't rely on new products. But our friends at Upper Deck sometimes still drop us something that can be useful. They took one of the AEW products that I've been talking about in the past for a while, and it finally dropped on EPAC. Now, here's the thing. EPAC allows me to do two things. Number one, it allows me to discuss achievements, which is one of the things EPAC has. The other thing is, we had been speculating prior to, I wonder what the price is going to be. Because EPAC, the pricing structure that they build out is that they never want to undercut their own dealers. Which makes sense. I get the idea.
Right? Sure.
Yeah, it makes sense. But what they ended up coming out at. So here's what I need to explain. The price at Steel City Collectibles for that product right now is about $200 US. You can go to Steel City Collectibles and buy a box of 2024 AEW Black Diamond right this minute for $200. I can buy it in Canada for between $2 and $250 Canadian. Wow. That should tell you something. Right now, I can buy it right this minute.
On EPAC, dollar sucks.
Yeah, and on EPAC, it came out at $349.99.
Oh, wow, that's a big jump.
So the video, the point of the video is I'm explaining this relative, because I had made a video before this product came out, and I said the price is going to be too high. Sight unseen, the price was going to be too high,
and it's not even a physical product.
Well, the thing, Bobby, is because it's a high end one, all the cards are going to be physical. There is no digital on that one. Even the base are going to be physical.
I get it. Yeah, everyone's
all of them
redeemed.
Yeah, so all of them are going to be physical.
Sure.
Because even the base cards are numbered, so all of them are physical. All of them will be available on ComC. You can get it and order it, and you'll get real cards. So that part is not an issue. The problem is it's so damn high. And there's a reason that I mentioned it. The consequence of this. Personally, I don't care. I'm not going to be buying a box of the pack, especially not at that price. That's not the point. The problem is that because the price is so high, I actually need the whales to open it, because then those cards wind up on ComC and I can get some of the singles that I'm looking for. So if the price is too high, it doesn't work. It actually hurts me, and it hurts my ability to get singles. So does that make sense, Eric? Are you following me?
I absolutely do. Without the whales, we can't afford to open this stuff up because it's too damn expensive.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I need them to open it so that the singles can hit the market. That's for me selfishly that wants the singles. I still need them. Pricing them out is bad. That's actually counterproductive to what I need here. So the point of my video is I'm not too happy with that price point. Don't like it, because it actually makes it more likely that some of those singles I'm looking for don't hit the market, because usually EPAC is a good avenue to get some of that stuff, because the physical boxes, not enough of them have been opened. So I needed those guys to open a bunch of EPAC stuff. And if you make it too damn expensive, how is that going to happen?
Yeah, it's not going to happen unless somebody just wants to do something online, doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. So that's a problem. For me personally, that's a major issue. So we'll see. But that's what the video is about. So the good news is they gave me something that I could talk about and riff off of and talk. And it is timely because they literally just dropped it this afternoon. So that video will be live on the channel tomorrow and it'll be right there. But that's great. It's an opportunity to right away be able to discuss it, and it's pertinent and it's relevant and it's perfect for me. So that's the kind of video I want to be able to make when the opportunity presents itself. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So real quick, I'll read a couple here. Zach says, it's talent to keep an audience engaged on a solo video. Carlos is great. There are other YouTubers who are great at info, but bore me to death when they do it. They go solo, but they just can't keep my attention. Appreciate it, Zach. Very nice. Thank you. Paul says 2-0 Pacers over Knicks. Okay. The Knicks are in a bit of trouble there too. Pacers should not be in the finals. Shaking my damn head. Okay, there you go.
Well,
question though.
I sound like a homer. I know I sound like a homer, and I'll take the criticism. The Knicks did not beat the Celtics in that series. The Celtics beat the Celtics in that series. With or without Jason Tatum, because I mean he only got hurt in game 5 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Listen, they played horse shit. This live by the 3, die by the 3 thing. All the fans around for the entire season is like, this is going to bite you in the ass. It's going to bite you in the ass. It's boring basketball. We hate it. And it proved everybody's point. The fan base is furious because the Knicks did not beat the Celtics. If the Celtics played the way they actually should play, moving the ball around, getting the best shot, kicking underneath to your centers, moving the ball around, playing real basketball, I don't think anybody could beat them. Yes, use the 3 when needed. Okay, they're very proficient at it. But taking 60 3-pointers in a game and refusing to cross that line. I mean, you get the ball, you bring it up, and the guy who has the ball stops at that line like it's, if you cross over, you're going to get, someone's going to shoot you, and you just chuck it, even though there's a hand in your face, and nobody goes in for the rebounds. As soon as it leaves their fingers, watch the games, the Celtics all start backpedaling. It was horrible, horrible basketball. And the only time they played well was the game after Tatum got hurt. And the backup center, because Porzingis has got mono, right? So he can't even play. So the backup center had 7 block shots and, a bunch of points. And they actually played an inside game with him at times. Plus, he played such great defense, the Knicks didn't know what to do. So the Celtics actually won that game because they had to play differently because Tatum was out. And then the next game, they just said, no, let's go chuck some more 3s. Well, then you lost.
Tough times.
So you lost me at basketball.
The Knicks aren't getting out of this round because they're not good enough.
Wow.
They should not have gotten past the Celtics. The Celtics beat themselves. They shit the bed. Any basketball fan will tell you that. Anyone who watches basketball and watches the Celtics play, they were atrocious. And I really think that upper management needs to bring the coach in and say, if you want to continue being here and continue coaching this team, you need to come up with a different philosophy. If you're not going to come up with a different philosophy, thank you very much for your time. We'll bring someone else in that will.
Let's see. Look at this specific analysis from noted NBA analyst Bougie Eric. It's wild.
I'm loving this topic of basketball.
Dylan was specifically talking about the content piece, the what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So this is probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Got it.
Babuzo says, I noticed a lot of the cards from EPAC end up on Comsi for a penny or two. That's kind of what I'm counting on. That's what I was hoping for. But the hits for Marvel and AEW stuff is cool. That's basically why. So there is the achievement stuff, and there's a couple that I actually am interested in, but I need them to open enough product to earn the achievements so that therefore the singles can wind up on the marketplace. So it's like a chicken or the egg situation. It's too expensive for me, so I'm not going to be the one doing it. I need them. There are whales who literally will buy cases of this stuff.
Yeah.
But you can't price the whales out. If you kill the whales, then who is going to be the one consuming it? Someone has to be there, and I can't just rely on Eric's riches.
Eric
hit the like button. He pays for it.
No, there's no riches. Eric is Poe.
I assume Ham is talking about back here.
Poe.
That's what he claims. Liar. Zach here says, OKC shoots 3 too much in my opinion. They shot 27% last night and still won pretty convincingly. I'm not sure anyone's beating OKC. I will say one thing. I'm not a basketball guy. Not a big deal for me. However, I will say this. I do love me some narratives. And regardless of the outcome, I don't care what combination it is. I am fascinated that the Final Four was the Pacers and the Knicks. So one of them has to go to the finals. Whatever. Probably the Pacers at this point, but we'll see. Whatever. And on the other side, OKC seems to be like the team that, a lot of people are picking, but it's going to be either OKC or Minnesota. What kind of finals is this? This finals is outrageous. No matter what happens, it's bizarre. It's weird. You're going to have,
the NBA is definitely looking at that. And the NBA is praying the Knicks get to the finals.
That's their only hope for like a market friendly NBA final. Any combination.
We know for
the attendance is really suffering on the.
We know for a absolute fact that the NBA in the past has had referees throw games. They've been caught. They've been arrested. Okay,
scandalous.
So we know for a fact it's happened in the past.
Scandalous.
And there's been a conspiracy theory for as long as I can remember. And I'm sorry, that makes no sense. In the last 20 years, the conspiracy theories that the NBA orders the referees, to make sure that the teams that are going to bring the most money in the long run win these series. I'm telling you, watch out for moving forward with this Knicks series. Because the NBA, they want the Knicks in the finals. Indiana and Minnesota is not going to make them any money. It's going to be the least watched finals in history.
Hey, the Hoosiers was the most watched movie, so it's got to work somehow.
In Indiana,
I'm saying, Eric, is that look, you got to enjoy our Indiana, Oklahoma City overlords.
Yeah,
because that's the direction it looks like it's going. So real quick, I'm going to read a couple of these comments
here. Get it too,
There's going to be some brutal calls coming up if Indiana goes up 2-0, or if they have or whatever. There's going to be some brutal calls coming up that's going to swing New York's way, and the conspiracy talk is going to go through the roof.
So Bob Boozle says this podcast is anti-Atlanta, anti-New York. I love it, man. It's gotten tough in these days.
Okay, I'm from Boston area. Come on.
Yeah. Ham says Eric Shades is still killing it, spitting facts. Ham is liking this new you. Like I said on the podcast, you've changed, man. You've changed. Lost me at basketball as well. I get you. Squeak, squeak, swish. So that's all we got. Stuke here says, why did the Knicks player Brown grab a Knicks player? Hearts, man, parts. Not sure what that meant, but okay. Changing the guard in the NBA right now. As I said, that Final Four actually, when I saw what the Final Four was, I was like, really? Okay, interesting.
It's good to have mix-ups.
Like I said, for the narrative, I don't mind it because look, I don't have a stake in this. I don't care who wins.
No.
Right.
But if you're gonna pick 2 random teams, I kind of like it because it means you're gonna get something. Look, out of those 4 teams, correct me if I'm mistaken on this. Oklahoma City's never won. Minnesota's never won. The Pacers, I don't think have ever won. The Knicks are the only one of the 4 that have ever won an NBA championship, and it was more than 50 years ago.
Yeah, it's like in the 70s.
Yeah, so in the early 70s. So in other words,
almost
you're getting almost an original NBA finals no matter what. You're getting something that you haven't seen. And you're also going to have a champion that either hasn't won in a really, really, really long time, in well over a couple of generations, or one that's never won before at all. So you're going to have a first-time winner or not a long time ago winner. Like, okay.
That's a good thing.
Could be worse. Like, that's not a terrible thing for the league, because it gives other fan bases hope. It actually tells them that it is possible under the right circumstances.
And I think I saw somewhere that the last 7 years, there's been 7 different champions.
That's cool.
Which is not a bad thing. That's okay.
Which is a really good thing for the game. But they're saying that the dynasties are dead because in the past you'd get these teams that would get a couple in a 10-year span. Whether they be
Well, it's not dead until you have a dynasty. So
so right now, the last 7 years, 7 different champions. That's good for a league. That's a healthy league. That's what you
how
want.
many of those were contenders right to the end, to the last, series?
Yeah. So I think it's good because at least it keeps a bunch of other cities engaged, because it means they can at least feel like, hey, these guys won. Maybe our team can. And that's not a bad feeling to leave people with. So at least they feel like they got a shot.
Yeah. It's very important.
But when you end up with 2 what's the word I wanted? Smaller.
You're talking about mid or small market teams.
Small market teams in the finals. That doesn't do ratings any good, and it might show parity, which is good for the league. But when you get to the finals and it's 2 small market teams, that's not going to be good. So
it's on you, Eric, to do a better job selling the game.
So
Bubbles says Oklahoma City bandwagon fans since June 2025. You should have said since day one. Eric loves that.
No, don't say since day one. Oh God, don't.
Zach says I'm biased being a Thunder fan, but if they don't make it, I might not watch the finals. Boring. That's fair. I hear you.
That's the whole point. Unless the Knicks get in, and then everyone's going to be interested in how that plays out.
We'll see. Geoff here says, is it safe to say we won't have an NBA Finals live show? Only Eric can host it.
Yes, it's a very safe.
Yeah, why not?
I feel we're safe in that regard. Yes. Bubbles is an anti-NBA Finals live stream where they talk about those bums. We could, you could have an anti. It's like, we're literally not going to talk about the NBA Finals. We're not even watching it.
If we even knew who those bums were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trash.
So let's see here. Zach here says it's no mistake. Different teams are winning. The luxury tax and repeater tax is busting up dynasties, which is fair. I hear you. Yeah. Carlos says, speaking of anti-Atlanta, I'm starting to feel like Atlanta may get their 3rd NHL team in the future. They seem to be desperate to put one there.
About it. Can you believe they're talking about it?
Why not?
Are you freaking kidding me?
What are you kidding about?
First of all,
Flames were cool, man.
There's too many teams as there is.
There is.
All right. The talent pool is getting thinner and thinner. And why are you going try for a 3rd time? People in Atlanta don't care about hockey. They don't want hockey. They don't care about hockey. Stop it.
Well, you haven't convinced them, Eric. Again, you've done a terrible job with this marketing.
Just like Coach and Letterkenny. Kick a trash barrel and say it's fucking embarrassing.
I'm going for Utah.
Bubbles said, sad that Stephen A. Smith's outfit of the day is going to be the big draw at the NBA Finals. It might be at this point.
Yeah.
JW here says, great analysis, doctor, no look, pack pirate. Hope you're getting better, Eric. Fair enough. Thank you. Good evening. Zach says, OKC can't stay together. Luxury tax just be insane. Well, that means they probably better win soon. This is as good a chance as any. I think they're the favorites at this point.
They got to bust up the Celtics. I know that.
Yeah. Stu says, first time in 29 years that there's no California or Texas team in the Western Conference Finals.
Thank God.
Interesting. Okay. NBA MVPs from Canada too. I think I heard that. That's right. Sounds right.
Really?
There you go. Yeah, apparently.
What, Steve?
Like I said, I don't pay any attention to it really, but that sounds about right to me. I think I caught that somewhere. Yeah. Look, it looks like this particular year it's turned out. I don't mind having a year where it's a little bit random. It's kind of fun to have this sometimes
You
because
need
it keeps
that,
things
though,
from getting
to
too
sustain the
complacent.
league, really.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. Like once in a while, as long as it doesn't get the habit where, again, like to Eric's point, you want to have some of those big teams in the hunt late because it's good for
Sure.
the markets and all that for television.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think it's a bad thing. You know, again, this right here, first time in 29 years. Okay, once you know, a generation.
Okay.
It's not the worst thing in the world to have a random outcome. It's okay. It's fine.
It's about time
us
they
something-
felt a little pain out that way.
Yeah, give us something a little different. They can try to reload. And the thing is, the whole thing about breaking up Dynasty, well, then great. Then that gives somebody else a chance to build something. There's a team out there that right now should be thinking about how do we build a team that has a chance. If the field is open, then let's give ourselves a chance. What do we need to do that? Somebody's going to get there.
Toronto Maple Leafs, or
no, they're not concerned.
No.
Zach says the
so
Thunder's
here it
over
is,
under
for Hockey Town. It's been 58 years since they won a cup. How is it Hockey Town?
Well, Bobby, if instead of worrying about what they've been doing so far, if they would just spend the money on paying off the league to rig it in their favor, they'd have won by
hat I'm wearing.
Just saying. Zach here says the Thunder's over under in Vegas is 2.5 losses the rest of the way. Not only do they think Thunder's going to win, they're saying they'll only lose a couple of games. Well, apparently, from what I've seen in highlights, they seem to be playing well.
Actually, that night they lost, I threw out my Leaf hat, the last Leaf hat I had.
Did you actually throw it out?
Yeah, I did, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
I put it in my bin. Somebody goes, "You throwing this out?" I said, "Bye-bye."
Okay.
Mine's kicking around somewhere.
No more Leafs. It's all vintage stuff, but no more new Leafs. Nope.
Sorry. All right.
I have a new team to get, and I think it's Utah.
Oh, interesting. All right.
I do like the Southern, Western. Yeah, I think it could work. You know, the Golden Eagles were there back in the, what was it? CHL, AHL, whatever it was. I think that team is going to be cool. I do like the Vegas Knights, but it's the same. I might have a new team, new hat, new logo.
We learned so much. We really have. Bubbles here says, reminds me of how Dan's vintage baseball PC is recalibrating, looking to knock Goat Geoff Wilson off the top spot. He was here earlier. He responded to Eric a couple times already tonight.
Oh, I can't see that.
Yeah. He's actually at his daughter's graduation. So he was kind of chiming in while
well, that's no excuse.
Okay. Yeah. He was still chiming in a little bit here and there. So he was able to participate. So appreciate that, Dan. Zach says NBA is in a weird place. No LeBron Curry about to retire. They're pushing their young stars hard. They should. Once a generation kind of goes out, it's an opportunity. There's an opening, right? There's a new job opening for some of these young guys to take that role.
Yeah,
that's not a bad thing. That's good.
And
an opportunity for them.
They were pushing Tatum hard, and then he blows his Achilles out, right? And they're like, "You got to be kidding me." You know, I mean, Boston. You know, if Boston and the Knicks could have gone to 7 games, and Tatum could have been, the new superstar face of the league, and but instead he played like crap and got hurt. So I mean, they've been pushing him a ton. The national commercials. I don't know if you guys get a lot of NBA commercials up there or not, because when I'm up there, all I see is commercials. But he's in a lot of national commercials now, so they really are pushing him. And instead, he shit the bed and blew his leg out, and now won't be back for about a year, which brings him like halfway through next season.
So did he blow his leg out first and then shit the bed? Or
no, he shit the bed and then blew his Achilles out.
Oh, okay. Usually one follows the other, but I'm just saying.
No, he was playing like crap. He wasn't dominating, taking over, and just chucking threes, missing most of them. Sucked. Wow. It was
yeah, I sold those 2 Bauer autographs the other day. That was kind of nice. Mr. Kazkan. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, those were really cool.
Yeah. I still have the pucks and the crest and a few other things too, some other autographs, but I think I'm 425 Canadian in, and I'm at 2,000 something right now.
Excellent.
Very good.
I see.
I forget, though. Neither one of those were signed with his given name, right?
You know, there's a little
autographs
dispute.
out there.
If you look at Wikipedia, it says that he was adopted, but he wasn't adopted. When it happened, the family had separated, and he took his mom's maiden name, which was Bauer, and that's what he used. Because back in the 40s, separating wasn't really a big thing when you were maybe religious or what have you at that time. I have no idea. And it seems like he wasn't adopted because he had 7 sisters and he was the only boy or something like that. So I just think he took on his mother's name because his father went away or something like that. So.
But there's no known autographs with him with his other name.
I have heard from the guy actually who bought the one for me for $1,200. He said, yes. He goes, I know a guy with 3, but he won't sell one. And I'm going, okay. And so he said, I think it's worth about $1,000. I said, well, I think it's worth about $1,250. And he goes, okay, let's do it. And I said, all right, fine. I gave him free shipping. It was $27. Anyways,
how generous of you.
I know, you know,
the generosity knows the
well,
best.
I went pure later. I didn't go Canada Post.
Probably
so that was kind of nice. A lot of guys were, you know, even the autograph guys, they were thinking maybe it was worth about $200-300 US. And I said, you know, I don't know about that. I think it's a little bit rarer than that. So, and these guys are selling, you know, so then they had other autographs that I had there and they go, oh, those are worth $150 to $200. And I said, well, how can that be worth $200, the Bauer, and the other ones are worth $150, nobody's? You know, it's just because they played. See, the way autographs work, it's very interesting. If the guy died early, so he didn't sign much, or he played on, let's say, he played on 1938 Stanley Cup Detroit Red Wings team, right? And he played 4 games or 2 games or 1 game. Those are rare autographs because people want to get that whole team. That guy was part of it. He didn't sign much. He died early, so he becomes $150 autograph where he's really a nobody and he should be worth $40, $20 or something like that. So that's how the autograph system works, but it didn't work to their advantage because I was sitting there going, well, how can that be worth this and this worth that? And they couldn't really realize. So they figured the Johnny Bauer was $200 to $300 US, and I ended up getting, well, I guess in US, about 800 and something, whatever it is, conversion. So I did pretty good.
I see.
But I waited it out, and it worked out well. So I still have the pucks, and I still have the crest, and I still have a few other things too. So, you know, I'm quite happy with the way it all worked. But that was a chance because I didn't know the Cascan was there. It was actually the Johnny Bauer, the second one from the autograph book was shown, and that was Johnie, which he has never signed either. So that one works out too. So I did pretty good on it, and I just took a risk and a chance. And
so I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to pause you there for a second. Pause.
Yeah,
I'm just going to read a couple of these just to get caught back up. Carlisle says, if Atlanta gets another team, do you think Calgary will give us our name back? I think you have to fight them to the death for it.
Yeah.
Thunderdome.
I don't think
Thunderdome.
So. No.
Bob Jackson says NBA does some good.
They're not getting it back.
NBA does a good job of marketing their players. Bob Jackson says, which is true. Bob also says now the face of the league goes to Canada Man. True. I double checked. It was Shea Gilgeous-Alexander from Toronto. So that's the one who won the MVP. Zach says Celtics are in a sad place. They're going to have to dump some salary. They're on attacks next year with Tatum gone. Well, Eric is going to be starting for them. He's hoping to get the first NBA 3-pointer. The dream lives. Bob Wiesel says, I tell my wife to clean bed before calling hospital about my Achilles. There you go. Bob Jackson says, Eric is an expert on shitting the bed after that surgery he had a year or 2 ago. Probably true. Billy says, Tatum doesn't have the personality to be the face. Eric will teach him. Stu says, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, born in Toronto. Yes, great to watch. Good defender and NBA leading scorer this year. Thank you, Stu. Appreciate that. Who's the new kid that is going to number 1? Flag. Thank you, Billy. Zach says, Shea is going to sign a 5-year, $380 million deal. That's almost what Eric pays for the like button. That's wild.
Oh, my good God.
Man,
going to lose some players on the roster when they start coming out for contracts. Love it. Draft picks is OKC have right now. A lot of picks, 3 picks in the first. Nice. Now Eric is blind. He can be a referee. Yes.
A lot of basketball references here. Wow.
Yeah. No, people listen. That's why I said I didn't want to get too far behind on the chat because there was actually quite a bit.
That's
so
a
that's
lot
what I said.
of responses.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure,
Sure.
we acknowledge the chat. So we
Sure.
wanted to make sure we did it. By the way, there's a little feature that was added. You guys can't see it on your end, but there is a feature that's in beta that StreamYard has added. By the way, I appreciate that they've at least started adding a couple more features. So it's kind of nice to have a few. But one of the features is there's a thing that you can show comments on stage. And I'm going to click on it for a second. Let me just see if it shows up here. So if you click on it, there's a little box there in the corner. You can barely see it right now. Right now, it's just a gradient. Can somebody type in a couple of comments? I just want to see a couple of comments in there. Make fun of Eric. I just want to see if you can do that. And I want to see if it shows anything.
See if I can change I got 3 different. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just taking a look. I'm curious if this thing works. I'm going to turn it off after because it could be very dangerous, but I'm kind of curious. I haven't had the chance to try this thing. There you go. Can you see that, Eric?
What's that?
It's too small, but I see something happening there. Yeah.
So what happens is the chat is actually showing up in a corner there.
Okay.
My wife is big, very big. Suck it, Eric. Hello, JW says. Open your eyes. Eric sucks. Facts.
Okay.
It has the best marketing. So by the way, I could totally see this being very cool.
So how does that work? I'm looking at it here. I see it on the left of my screen. My screen shrinks.
On a phone screen, it won't be great. But if somebody has it like on a TV, they can totally see, like, as they're typing in comments, they're literally showing up there without me having to display them.
Oh, really? Oh, I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So it's literally interactive. It's going. It's literally showing it in the corner. I know you can do this on Twitch with a lot of different programs, OBS and stuff like that. But StreamYard has now added this feature. I can turn it on, and the chat can be going as we're talking.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
The corner. Yeah, but it's also dangerous, Bobby.
Yeah.
you get the wrong kind of chat. Like this could go south fast.
Yes.
You could go south fast. That's very good.
Keep Ziggy out of there.
Right. But good stuff, guys. That actually worked very well. I was surprised.
You know what I've noticed, and maybe I'm going to jinx us, is that, and maybe you found a way to shut it off to make sure it doesn't happen. But I know years ago we would get just bombarded with, all these bots with all this filthy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, did YouTube find a way to?
Well, no, what happens is, so there's 2 things. So I'll tell you behind the scenes here just a little bit. So of course, I can block individual users. Of course, if it's clearly a bot or something that's creating a problem, I can block the individual user. That's an option. Another option I can do is I can also block certain words. So if I know that certain words are like not appropriate, you can add them in the background, and YouTube will block. So the comment doesn't even go through. So right there. So not the user, but the comment itself, which just won't go. So you have to kind of have a good idea of where you want to go. It's the obvious stuff. It's stuff that is not, there is no context where it would be appropriate. So make sure you've got that covered.
I just remember, a handful of years ago, we used to get bombarded with this.
You need it broken on.
Like 20 of them would show up all from, it was just.
Yeah, there would be, it was bots that you would have like en masse. You get a whole stack. Yeah. So as I block those ones, I think YouTube gets them sometimes, but it's just, you have to block it. You just have to keep an eye on the chat. That's why I say, like, I like the idea. I think it's a cool feature. And I think there's scenarios where it could totally work. But there's also scenarios where you have to be super careful with it. You have to be very trusting of the chat to leave it just running in the corner.
And if it's just our regular people, then I don't think we'd ever have a problem. But every once in a while, someone pops in. I mean, I remember this a couple of times.
Clips things out.
Some name we've never seen before comes in and just says something just ridiculous, just horrible, and then it disappears. You don't want that popping up,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and the problem is it would be on the screen just automatically without me doing anything. I can control which ones I'm sharing in this feature, but I think it's a cool feature. I'm glad they're adding features, so it's neat that it's there.
Yeah.
Paul says, "Who's that old crippled Beckett loving man at the top?" We know who that is, Eric. That was fun. Yes, it was. It worked very well. And thank you guys. And thank you guys and I appreciate you guys helping me test it out. I was genuinely curious.
I really appreciate it too. That was great.
Yeah, non-functional design element. I like that. It's a cool feature. Yep. I think like I said, in some streams, I think it would totally work. I think if you got it set up right, or if you've got mods or something to really monitor carefully, I think it can work. E-Pot and Teapot, the Miracle Whip Twins. Oh man, Stu's got a name for it. Whoo! I like it. Just watching on TV. Love it. Peapot, yeah.
Get your insults out, because I'm sticking around for 2 more minutes. I should have left 15 minutes ago. You get 2 more minutes to insult.
Your basketball analysis is why we're not further along here, buddy.
Yes.
Thank God Emmanuel survived censorship. Facts. Eric watches Emmanuel in space with his tub of mail. Check out Eric's OnlyFans. Zach says, Carlos has the power to block mail and chooses not to. Suck it, Eric. Facts.
Suck it.
Eric has been working on videos for his own home version of Jackass all the time. There's a lady that has a live stream on cards, and some naked man popped on her stream dancing. That's why you would have to be very careful.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah. Those guys, Eric looks like the condiment vet looking for a mayo war. Man, Baz.
Oh, geez.
I like it. I like it.
You got
so let me pose a question.
Seconds. You got 60 more seconds to bust on me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Get it out of your system.
So I do have a thing. We won't, like I said, we won't necessarily extend it for no reason, but I do have a couple other quick things that I'd like to touch on with the chat if you guys want. Curious, I showed the card that I picked up earlier. Obviously, it came in the mail. Curious, have any of you picked up anything interesting recently? That's just kind of open-ended to the chat. Curious if you guys have been out there looking. I'm looking. I'm not seeing too much stuff. I'm seeing the odd thing here and there. I was able to win a couple of things. Ship my cards thing I'll probably do in a little while. That'll be a video. Obviously, that Medano card, that's a cool addition, so I'll do it. Great. I'll show it on a video in a little bit. Probably this weekend. We'll see. But it was good. Happy to do that. But yeah, it's been a little quiet. For the most part, it's kind of quiet. I'm looking, but I'm not going to just buy stuff for the sake of buying stuff. So, but I'm looking.
You want to read I can't read any of that. Do you want to read the last of the insults and then I'm out of here?
I'll get it. Hobby Champs, giving you nothing but praise.
Love wonderful.
Check out Eric's OnlyFans to watch dudes busting on him. Sorry. You're not sorry. Don't lie. Bob Jackson says 60 seconds. How long it takes for Eric to eat a jar of mayo with a spoon.
Oh, come on.
The second viewing of Emmanuel in Space should go much easier on Eric's eyes. True. 60 seconds to bust on him. He said that before. See, two of you went there.
That's not nice.
Yeah. Evening all. Good evening, Paul. Amanda's here. I have an AEW box I'm opening with someone on Friday. So that's next Friday, right, Amanda? So are you still doing the two? Okay, I have a question. Eric. Here's what I'm wondering. They're on a 2-week cycle. Yeah. And Englishman will not be here for next week. So this AEW box opening, I'm fine. I'll do it. No problem. So I have a question. Why would it then have to be next week? So I don't know about you, Amanda. I could literally just do it this Friday if you want. We could do it later tonight. I can go get a snack and eat it, or do you have to do it next Friday because it's not even the regular show. It's not your regular podcast. So I don't know. If it has to stay on cycle, it has to stay on cycle, but I'm just curious. Bob Jackson says, serious question. How's the recovery going? So where are you at on your recovery? What's the update?
I'm getting better every day. The injury is definitely on the mend, feeling much better, still very light sensitive, but I'm not in horrible pain anymore. It was like the worst pain I've ever had. It was just absolutely brutal, mind bending, altering, insanity type pain. Now everything is just very light and sensitive. My eyes are very dry and burning. It's like constantly cutting onions. That stinging, burning in my eyes. But the surgery definitely worked. The fact, when I'm able to focus and I can kind of just tolerate it a little bit, I look off in the distance and I can read all this small. I got 20/20 vision distance wise now, but up close I can't see anything. Like I can't read my phone anymore. I have to put readers on.
And you didn't even get laser vision, man.
No, I was lied to. I was told I was going to get laser vision, and then I got excited. I wasn't paying attention, and then afterwards they explained to me that no, that's not how that works.
Lame. Baz here says, Bob, he's facing the wall right now. Does that answer your question? Tells you a lot.
No, that's someone else that does that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Still causing war. Baz says, I'm trying to keep the schedule. That's fine. So remember to keep in touch with me. We'll make it happen. No problem. I know the product anyway, so we can talk about it. That should be no issue. We'll figure that out. And we'll promote it. But yeah, just remind me and we'll promote it and we'll make sure we cover it. But yeah, I'll bring some people over and I can also talk about it on the wrestling channel. Since it'll be appropriate content for the wrestling channel. Happy champs. If Eric doesn't say I'll be back, I'll be upset. Truth. Billy, Carlos, are you going to the AEW show at Scotiabank in September? I believe it's the all-out pay-per-view. I think that is the plan. I have to talk to my buddy. He was the first one to actually, he was like the second one to tell me about it. I didn't realize that. So apparently, yeah, apparently they're doing one of the bigger pay-per-views at Scotiabank in September. I was like, all right, I'd be game to go. I have attended one of them with in Scotiabank. So I did actually go, because I've mentioned before, I haven't attended too many things at Scotiabank. And the only thing I ever attended at Maple Leaf Gardens was an old WWF show in 1992. That was the only time I ever attended Maple Leaf Gardens. And Scotiabank, I did attend one of the World Cup of Hockey games when they had it. I saw one of the Team North America games. Like, if you remember what Team North America was for that one. I checked that out, because if you didn't pick Canada or the USA, you could get the tickets dirt cheap. I was right down on the ice for like $25. Wow. And I was down there, and I think I was watching the Czech team, and Marian Hossa was playing. So like, you're getting great players. Like, and the North American team was a bunch of great young players. I was like, look, I understand it's not Canada or the US, but there's some quality players here, and they're playing good, and they're playing a good game. Like, and it was $25, and I'm in the lower bowl. For a Leafs game, that's $12 trillion approximately.
Yeah, right.
So it's like, so literally for like a pittance, for the price of a beer in the joint, I was down in the lower bowl.
True.
So it was a good deal. So I was like, all right. So yeah, that was the first time I attended Scotia, and the second time I attended Scotia was the AEW Forbidden Door pay-per-view. That one was in Scotia.
All right, so I really do. I'm gonna.
But don't forget to say the line. Say the line,
please.
I'll be back.
You may now go.
All right.
I'm just going to show all my baseball pickups.
Bye. Beautiful.
But for those who actually care about my well-being, thank you. I appreciate your concern.
Yes.
Hopefully by next Friday, I'll be much, much better.
And remember to finish building your Geoff Wilson shrine, because only his healing power will spare you.
He is the GOAT. Remember that.
All
right.
Go on, Eric. Take it easy.
Oh, he's gone.
Incidentally, I don't know if he's still in the chat. But Ham, if you're around and you want to pop on for a couple of minutes to chime in, feel free. Let me know, and I've got the Instagram open, so I can always shoot you a link. But let me know if you're not around. Don't worry about it. But just thought I'd mention that. So yeah, to answer your question, Billy, that's my plan. I will talk to my buddy. He's a bit cheap, so sometimes you got to kind of like pull teeth. I would love to though. If we can't figure it out, I'll still probably buy a ticket for the show. I think it'd be fun. It should be a good time. And then by September, that gives me plenty of time to figure out what I need to do. So I think that's the plan. Cover, I thought he was in witness protection. Always. At least he's not in the corner again. Yep.
It's
CT scan
kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. If Eric cannot see, then his hearing or smell must have improved. We're waiting for superpowers to kick in, man. It's bad. Nobody puts Eric in the corner. That's right, Baz. Eric, my third favorite blind person behind Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder. Love it. Baz says, if Eric doesn't come out of the closet, he comes out of the corner. Truth. Be well, Eric from Dan. And Billy says, get better, Eric. We will send him your well wishes.
We will.
Good job. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to make sure I got caught up on that. But yes. But no, pretty good. It's actually been very good show. I appreciate it. It's been good interaction with everybody, so I appreciate that as well. Yeah, so we'll hang out for a little bit. Is there anything else you folks would like to chat about? We got a couple of things. Like I said, we had a lot of videos on the channel this week, so it's actually been very good for that. So if you like your content, there's been plenty. There's been plenty there. We've managed. And Dan has managed to completely avoid Eric's rage bait. So Dan, kudos to you, sir. Kudos to you.
Yes.
So what do you got there, Bobby?
Oh, okay. I picked up when I was.
So you got a couple. Do you have a couple pieces you want to share?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. So I will refill my beer, but I will make you large on the screen. So go ahead.
No problem. Yeah. Okay, so when I was at the holiday weekend show on Monday holiday, I did pick up some baseball photos. So I picked up. I will tell you who it is. It is Art Shires. So what it says here, this is from Chicago, Illinois. Photo shows Art Shires, former first baseman of the Chicago White Sox. This is 1936. Washington Senators, Boston Bees, and St. Louis Cardinals. So I picked up an original photo. You can tell the original photos are their first generation or type 1s. They usually have a print on the back, and this one says from Wide World Photos. So this is the first Jenny, and it has that little paper clipping, which is always there. So Art Shire's not a super famous guy, but definitely somebody. Another minor leaguer, but this one is, what's his name here? It's Max Lamers. It's from 1946. He's playing for another minor league team. There's a lot of minor league teams that I guess they were the training grounds for that time period. You have here Ben Chapman, and this is 1941? Or is it 1911? I can't really read that. August 1944. There we go. See, when they have different various stamps on the back, the original photo comes from a certain period of time. They put it on file. If they reuse it, they'll put another stamp on the back. So I'm not too sure. This looks pretty early though, so I'm not too sure about that. I have two of this one, which is very interesting. This one is he's the New York Giants. His name is, what is his name? Oh, Johnny McCarthy. So 1943 is printed on the back, but on the front it actually says 1937. So it's 37, and they reused the photo in 1943. So nice old photos, type ones. But I also have another one with him too on the front, and it actually says services wanted now. When the Braves recently purchased the first baseman, Johnny McCarthy from Indianapolis, it was for delivery in the spring out. They've written over that. Casey, Stengel, and Grant also had the Cubs' interest in him. So here you go. So a few baseball photos. I don't mind picking up old photos. You just never know who the player is, or, even though you don't know his name, he might have been famous. I know mostly hockey, but every once in a while, when you get a good deal, you pick up some old original baseball photos. So
sure. I think it's nice
you can't go wrong for $55.
No, if you get it. So that's kind of a conversation that we have had on the podcast a couple of different times, and maybe this will be kind of a worthwhile thing we can chat on for a couple of minutes. I'll read a couple of comments and then we'll touch on something, because that's a theme that we revisit on the podcast, especially with Bobbles being a reseller. But we'll touch on that here in a second. Baz says, with all his medical needs, he may need to visit. I know, shocking. He's a known associate of 540 Flips, and 540 Flips was in the comment section earlier tonight. So I'm just saying.
Oh, really?
Baz says, with all his medical needs, he may need to visit the Mayo Clinic. Truth. Bob Jackson says, thoughts on the deluge of WWE products? There's a lot. There's definitely a lot of them out there. They are still popular enough to make it work, but saturation can be a thing. It can be a major issue. I'll actually, that's why I say I wanted to start. It had been almost a month since I made some videos on the wrestling channel, but I recorded one tonight, as I mentioned. It'll drop tomorrow. I'm actually going to have another video where I'll do predictions for the AEW pay-per-view that's this weekend. So I want to talk a little bit about the card and my predictions for that and what I'd like to see happen. So that'll be a thing. And then I will start covering some of the WWE stuff, because obviously it's very popular. I know a lot of people care about it more than my AEW stuff. But I've got some thoughts. Obviously, the Fanatics Overlords have taken over the license. So now there's a lot of stuff coming out for them, and there's going to be more stuff coming. So there'll be no shortage of news. There'll be some stuff there. I'll bring that one back in a second. I haven't watched the Victor video yet, but I will this weekend, Dan says. Yeah, check it out, Dan, and I'd love to get your feedback on it. I think Victor and it was a fun conversation. Some stuff I took away from it that I want to do and improve slightly, but I think it'll be fun. We'll have a part 2 at some point, but I'd love your feedback on part 1. Bob Jackson says, a way to tell is the glove type. The pungent smell of decades old paper. Truth. Stuke says, who was the minor leaguer? Was that Vera Cruz Mexico jersey? So that's the one you're showing there.
Yeah, it's Max Linear.
Yeah, it is Vera Cruz, so that's right.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has a little bit of clip on the back.
Oh, hold on, I'll zoom it back in. Yep. So you got, former members, Cardinals. Yep. And June 5th, 1946. There you go.
But it could be earlier than that, because you don't know. That could be they cut off the side, so they might have re-stamped it. Hard to tell.
So here's a question from Billy. Does Bobby collect any old newspapers from historical dates?
I did purchase one time, what was it? The Globe and Mail, which is a Canadian newspaper. I purchased from 1922 to 1949. I purchased 53 of them. And yes, so I did. And I went through all the advertisements. I found some key ones, which was great. But most of them are just, local news and different things. Game results. You see a different perspective when you read the news about how they talked about the teams and what was going on, opposed to a breakdown on the internet, where somebody says about the game. The game is really well told through newspapers. So I did like that a little bit better than, just researching on the internet. So yes, I do collect old newspapers, old price guides, anything old. I bought some old 1960s. What were they? One was for carnies. You could buy those. The dart throwers and all these other different things. And I didn't really find anything in there, but it was kind of historical in the sense. So you just never know what you're going to see, like hockey wise. So anytime I can discover anything, that they were giving away a Cupid doll that's a hockey doll at one of the Toronto expositions or something like that. It's always good to have that information. Unfortunately, you spend a lot of money on silly stuff like that, and it doesn't pan out. But even still, if you don't try, you never know, because you can't ask the guy. He's going to post 5 or 6 pictures. Is there anything in there that has hockey? And they go yes, and it's a few hockey games and stuff like that, but you just never know what else is in there. And so sometimes you just have to risk it. And I've been doing that for 30 years, and I got a whole ton of newspapers and magazines and catalogs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Billy, for the question. So what I was going to say is, with the photos there, it touched on one of the themes that we talked about quite a bit. It's that a lot of people spend so much time. So the conversation that I had with Victor was talking about the different types of content, all the different types of videos, and how some of it becomes a little bit stagnant because it's same. It's same stuff over and over again. But one of the things that was such a predominant theme for a while, especially during the boom part, was that a lot of people were obsessed about trying to give all this advice. It's like, oh, well, buy this, and then this will go up, and do this, and that's how you make money, and do whatever. But I laugh because, and we discuss this on the podcast sometimes, I use the AEW as an example. It's like, WWE is the biggest brand. If people are going to buy wrestling cards, they'll associate immediately with WWE. That's the first thing they'll think about. There's more fans. There's a bigger audience. The coverage is more. So even one of the guys that runs like a Patreon for wrestling cards, he says wrestling card. He almost exclusively talks to WWE. He wrote an article where he basically started to let off with like, I don't really like AEW. I don't even like what they do. I don't respect it. So it's like, well, then you're not a wrestling card guy. You're a WWE card guy. You may as well just say that that's like, because there's more to that, the genre than WWE. Yeah, there's more. And there's also international, there's Japanese cards, there's all the, if you want to say you're wrestling cards, well, then talk about wrestling cards. That includes the Indies, that includes Japan, that includes Mexico, that includes all these things. So it's not just one thing. So my point is, if I took that information and I said, okay, so then obviously the only way you can make money is to buy and sell WWE stuff, logically, right? Well, no, the truth is it doesn't matter. I have made plenty of money buying and selling AEW stuff, because the important thing isn't what it is. The important thing is there an audience for it, even if it's not the biggest audience? And more importantly, what did you buy it for?
Yes.
The buy price. So that's why I was. So I'm bringing it back around to what I was saying about the photos.
About $10.
It's the buy. You make the money on the buy, because if eventually there is a buyer, that's all that matters. Because then if you bought it at a great price, you can still offer even a good price, but you still made money. And it didn't matter what it was. So like I said, we use silly examples all the time, but like, you can go to garage sale and buy a lamp for $1. I don't care if it's just a lamp or whatever, but somebody sees it and goes, oh my God, that lamp would be great in my living room. Would you take $20 for it? Well, great.
Or
you just made $19.
Kid or whatever. Yeah.
And it's like, you made $19. It's just a lamp. We're not even talking collectibles. Like, it doesn't matter. It can be anything.
Commerce.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. As long as there is a person out there who is interested in the thing and is willing to pay for it, as long as you bought it at an appropriate price, that's the only part that matters. That's it. That's the only thing that matters in this instance. And it plays out over and over again.
And baseball photos, we know that they're very good. It hasn't caught on in hockey so much. Baseball, football, and early basketball, obviously, is very popular, especially type 1s. You get into type 2s and 3s, it's a little bit less, but even still, if you have the right players, they can still do well. And these are all type 1s, which is great. They have the stamps on the back and what have you. So they're really good. Veracruz, maybe there's a guy who collects. I have no idea. I just bought it because I said, hey, I'm not letting it go for $55. I said, I'm going to take it. I bought something else with that for 55 inclusive, but I'm just saying. And that thing I have for sale for 150. So these are free basically at this point. And, sometimes you just got to buy the stuff that's there. And you just got to take a risk. And once you've been doing stuff long enough, and this goes for anybody really, if you kind of look at something and say, I think there's some money in it, give it a chance. You never know. You never know. If you don't, as long as you think, there's somewhat of a market and maybe there's somewhat of a profit, you don't want to go too heavy on them. If the guy would have said $100 for the photos, I would have, maybe I'm splitting hairs on there. But he said 55 plus this mug I bought. That was really kind of cool. I said, yeah, sure. Why not? Anytime you have the opportunity, jump on it. You never know what you have. It's sort of like that lot, and I'm going to reiterate it again. That other lot I bought for $425. I'm, 2,000 profit. I'm going to finalize 2,000 profit by the time I finish. And you just never know. And a lot of the pictures weren't shown, so I kind of guesstimated what was in there. And if you speculate, you can have some fun. And this stuff pays for your other stuff that you buy, whatever you buy. It pays for the other stuff, which is great. It's at a card show, so you're going to sell to somebody. It might as well be you. And if you're there first and early, which is key, for me it is. You get these opportunities presented to you past the people who show up at noon or 1 o'clock or something. To say,
crack of noon is life. Stu says, Nigger Ligger Double Duty Radcliffe was on the 1946 Veracruz team. Vern Stevens, a future MLB player. Some good history in the Mexican League. No doubt. No doubt.
There you go.
Carlisle says, photos, newspapers are nice. I used to collect ticket stubs. It sucks. Tickets are digital now. So I agree with this. And we've talked about this before.
That's important, yeah.
One big thing. So we've talked about this before in a couple of different contexts, but I'll give it again in the context of what I'm talking about. Billy was asking earlier about that AEW event coming up in September.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I've been to a couple of different AEW events now. I would love to have ticket stubs for all those. Like, I don't go to a million of them, but I would still love to have a ticket stub for a couple of the handful of events I go to. Yeah. It would be nice. Like, it's for me. It would be so, and especially since we're talking, this event is going to be at Scotia. It should be well attended. It should be a nice event. But again, I would love to have a ticket as a souvenir of a time that. So probably what I'm going to have to do with that is I'll see if they got a program, if they got a shirt or something. Like, I'm going to try to take some kind of a souvenir out of it. But again, it would be nice if the ticket is going to be digital. It's going to be on this.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a little scan or whatever, and that's it. It's not the same, especially if you're not going to a million. I'm not talking about like season tickets to a sports team where you've got a whole stack, a bunch of this is a one-off event. Specifically, they're going to promote. So right now we know already it's in September. So we know well in advance. And All Out, this particular show has been in Chicago for years. They specifically had All Out as one of their pillar pay-per-views. And they've been doing it out of Chicago for like the last 3 or 4 years. Every single year, Chicago, Chicago, Chicago. This is the first year they're venturing outside of Chicago.
Yeah.
And they're coming to Canada because Canada has been very nice to them. They've been good to them. So they go, hey, guys, here you go. We're going to give you one of our major pay-per-views, but this one's been in Chicago this whole time. We're going to do it in Canada this time.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome. So good for us. But yeah, I wish there was a ticket stub for that. That'd be great. I would love to have that as a souvenir.
I have I wish I had my ticket stubs from when I first seen Van Halen in '82. When I seen what was it, Def Leppard. I went and seen them before the guy lost his arm. When they had the first tour in Canada, I seen the first Def Leppard concert. It was amazing with Crocus and forget who else who opened for them. Anyways, but I just threw them away. And in today's world, or even, and since I seen what was the last time I seen Van Halen? 2007, when Eddie was still alive, and they did the last concert in at the ACC there. I kept the ticket, but I didn't keep the tickets the other times. And now you get no tickets. So, what do you buy? A program? I seen Eddie Murphy do a stand-up back in 89 or whatever it was. And, I bought a program, but I didn't keep the ticket, but I kept the program. So,
yeah. Well, at this point, like, beggars can't be choosers, unfortunately. One of the things that's been taken away from us. So, like I said, I'll try to take advantage, hopefully, of some kind of a souvenir.
Something if they have them.
That's basically what I'm going to shoot for. I'll see if they've got something that, in fact, I'd like to have. Yeah. It's a little limited. One thing that AEW hasn't figured out, they got to get their merch game on point. It's not on point. They got to really learn.
Amazing. They had booklets with collectibles, like, honestly, catalogs, like amazing catalogs. And I just sit there and go, wow, everything is documented. Why haven't somebody did a book on this stuff? It's so amazing. Wow.
Well, the issue right now is that a lot of the stuff is print on demand. A lot of the stuff is really disposable print on demand stuff. So it's like, there's no point in having a catalog because it would be out of date in 4 seconds.
Collectible point, right? At this point,
yeah.
Either it's mass produced or it's just not even worth anything at all, right?
Look, you know what would have been like a really solid, it would have been a really solid, simple thing if they thought, with being in the fall, if you thought about this in advance, you know what the perfect thing would be?
What's that?
A commemorative cup.
That'd be great.
That would be a very smart and simple thing. Hey, you sold a drink, and then here's a commemorative cup to go along with it.
Or a thermal mug or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Put the event logo on it, and there you go. Boom. Profit. You're welcome.
You're paying enough for a drink anyway, so you might as well get something with it, right?
It would be nice. I would keep it. I'd keep the mug.
Keep it too.
Yeah, no problem. Bob Wizzle says, dad fights, grown men fighting in garage sales over Pokemon plushies could be the next great content idea. That should require its own channel.
Yeah.
Poke fights. Namir says, hello, Hobby Goats. Happy Friday. Sorry I'm late. Good evening, Name. Josh Gibson played for Veracruz in 1940 and 41. Nice. Rock Latex says you can get yourself, I assume you mean speedball, Mike Bailey. I like that, though. Pinball, we know. Pinball's a different guy, but speedball, I think Mike Bailey is the one you refer to. That's one of the AW guys.
Maybe you say Mike Clements. I don't know.
Yeah. Bubbles says you don't need to take a step at Taylor Swift concert. You can trade friendship bracelets. That is true.
Oh my gosh, yes. I forgot about that.
Listen, Eric,
I got a whole bunch hanging up right here.
For Eric, friendship bracelets are currency. Big time. Almost as currency as the like button. Even if Eric's not here, 1 second. I want to make sure I put the banner up. Even if Eric's not here, it's important to note, we charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse his pain. Thank you as always for your consideration. I always have the banner ready, Bobby. Always. Always got the banner ready to go. We got it. But yes. Yeah, that's one of those things I do miss. I do miss that particular thing because for one-off or not all the time events, it's a tremendous souvenir. It's nice to have those little things because you can hang on to them. It's a mini collectible, but then I can put it like on the table or on the desk or on a shelf or whatever and just hang on to it. Simple stuff. Maybe they'll learn. One quick side thing. I don't know. I assume I'm seriously contemplating going to the CSC show in June.
Oh, really? June?
Yeah, I hadn't been to one in a while. It's going to be June the 1st.
Back in the Sunday there?
Yeah, it's on the Sunday. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking, I haven't been to one in a little while. I'm kind of thinking, because apparently they're only doing it on the Sunday. I'm like, okay, a one-day show. I'd pop in for that.
There's a lot of shows going on right now, like Comic-Con, like all these little small shows. It's unbelievable.
So it's Anime North is the one this weekend. Anime North is the big one this weekend.
Yeah, I know. I've been seeing, like, if you look on Facebook, it's honestly, you're just getting slammed. Like, and they're paying for the advertisement, sponsored by, and I'm sitting there going, wow, Comic-Con, Whitby, Comic-Con, Hamilton, Brantford, Oakville, Brampton. I'm sitting there going, holy geez, where are all these shows coming from? And it's all Comic-Con, it's Pokemon, whatever, gamer, whatever related.
Yeah.
We're not talking sports stuff, but I'm just saying. So that would be a sports, I guess, kind of one, right?
Yeah. So this one's a sports and TCG. So they're doing the combination.
Yeah, a little bit of both. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they're doing Darcy Tucker as a signer.
Oh, actually, he's pretty hard. He doesn't sign a lot.
Yeah. It's not a bad call. I think look, you get a decent signer. Darcy Tucker, I think is a solid choice. He's a fan favorite
choice. Yes.
People like him.
Crowd, he's very solid. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty good. And for regular item, it's $25 for regular item.
That's actually reasonable. Yeah.
not terrible. If you want an inscription, $5.
Whatever.
Not awful. Yeah, not awful. Like considering what it could be, not awful. I definitely seen worse.
That brand cool, didn't he? KEWL.
Not sure.
I think.
I'm not familiar with that one.
He did this branded T-shirts and sweatshirts and yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I would say that's I would honestly for $25, that's not terrible.
That's actually fair. Wow, that's actually low end on the autograph. Value. I think that's pretty low.
Yeah, sounds to me like they're actually trying to draw a little bit of a crowd with it.
Yeah,
because that's enticing.
That's enticing. Otherwise, he'd be about $40.
Probably.
I think at the expo he would be $40.
Yeah. And then for the premium items, so that's jersey, equipment, numbers, sticks, 16x20s, larger posters, $35.
Yeah.
That's not terrible. Yeah. That's all right. So I would consider that, yeah, that's a good combo. Yeah, I'm thinking about popping in. It feels like because it'll be a while before the next real show. So for me, and I'm not going to do all the CSC shows, but
after that, like you have all these small little.
It would be basically another CSC show. Like you've got your Lee side stuff, and your there is like the Hamilton show, but okay, but there's like the Hamilton show and stuff like that, and
they're renovating, so that's not Lee side's not till the fall.
Well, the Hamilton show's still going on. The Collecticons.
The collector can be a few of those. Yeah. Okay. They do them every weekend anyway. Every Sunday. So, but not the long weekends are the really good shows that get a lot of people coming out. The other ones are just regular shows. I think they get like maybe 1/3 of the people coming by. So those are just the regular shows, and I would never drive out for that. But I do drive out for the long weekend shows because they do get it.
Yeah, but if you look at it, so to your point though. So you've got the next one is June 15th. That's a regular one, so that's off.
Yes.
But Canada Day, July 1st, that's a long weekend.
I don't know if I'm going to go to that one. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Then next one is Civic Holiday, August 4th. So whatever that is.
That one be okay.
Yeah. And then there's Labor Day, September 1st.
These guys times to get their stuff, new stock.
Yeah, because the next couple of cycles,
the other show after it's sort of like Lee side. If you go to one show, you go to the next show. It's the same guys, same stuff that they didn't sell last show. They just pack it up and then they bring it back out, and there's nothing really new added, unfortunately. And that's where it gets stagnant, and that's why you look for long weekend shows that you get more people or different people coming in. So
so right now, I think after the June one, the next several are all going to be long weekend. I see Canada Day, July 1, Civic Holiday, August 4th, Labor Day, September 1.
That's good.
Labor Day. So Labor Day's there. Thanksgiving, October 13th.
Always great.
Yeah. So there's a cycle of them, like from August, September, October. All of those are long weekend ones.
Yep. Those are usually good. You got to wait till September at least.
Yeah. So there's a couple of options there.
I don't think I'm going to go up to that one. I think I'll pass on that one. I think a lot of guys just kind of miss that one too.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'll do I think the CSC show makes sense. I can do that. Yep. And then I'll just wait until later. And then just wait for a while.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. But I still like going too. Yeah, I still like going to the odd show. I don't mind it. It's nice to have something that is an expo, to have a show, because again, I'm a little broader with that kind of show. I'm a little broader in terms of what I'm looking for. I'm not worried. It's not the same. I will actually be looking for some stuff because for that situation, I may grab stuff for the flipping purposes.
Oh, true.
So I've had a little success. Yeah, I've had a little success with that. If it gives me a chance to look through some of that stuff a little more specific. But like I said, I'll turn in a little mini vacation. I'll stay nearby and then, hop over.
And then that other show at your well-loved, Monte Casino Hotel. That show has turned into a Pokemon show. Like, honestly, we're at 70% now, maybe. It's just, and they still call it a sports card show, and I don't know what Rob's doing about that, but, it's mostly Pokemon. So basically, there's not really much sports there.
Listen, as long as Charizard is signing, it's all good.
And you can't even park there.
Yeah, they don't have really much parking there at all.
No.
It's a weird scene. But look, if they did tours of the Overlook Hotel, it'd be fine. Red rum. So anyway, Stu says, I have a hat, lapel pins from a lot of sports events, concerts, vacation stops. Fair. Have you guys ever been to a national? So I think you actually have been. You haven't actually been to a national, Bobby?
No, I have not. No.
Oh, really? Okay. So I haven't, Billy, and at this point, it's by choice. but I didn't get a chance previously, but at this point it's by choice.
I will go next year for sure. Guaranteed.
Okay. One of the Chicago ones. Okay.
You know, the dollar is at 138. Like, holy shit, man.
It's been like that multiple times though, Bobby.
What's that?
Like multiple times. The 138 is not that far off from where we've been.
It's not like I'm going to buy anything there, but I still have to go and eat and.
Well, no, Bobby, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying, like the 138 is not that. It's been like that for like 10 years. It's been close to that number. We're a couple of percentage points.
It's actually at its ultimate high right now. So,
so it's like literally the chart. There was a dip there for a bit, and right now, like where it is right now, it's about where it was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So it's at this point, guys, the Canadian dollar it's going to cost you more if you're buying American dollars. It has been that way for some time. So Bubbles says over under a number of vintage collectors crapping on the national about the high percentage of Pokemon dealers. Billy says at least 50% higher.
Yeah.
80%, 90%.
Yeah. Almost.
Super high. Zach says Eric wouldn't even understand the concept of friendship bracelet. True. For him, it's just a bracelet.
Yep.
No friendship. Taylor gets into mission bracelet, and it's really a friends forever bracelet. Man, there you go, Bob.
And you can use it getting kissed cheap.
Bob also says, Dan, vintage baseball card PC to release emergency pod. Guys, we have to do something about all this Pokemon here. It's true.
It's okay. Let Pokemon do what they got to do.
Well, right now, like realistically, here's the funny thing. So this would be kind of the angle that I would take on this. I understand the sentiment. I do. And generally speaking, I like to poke fun at the vintage guys, the vintage boys. It's fun for me. Hold on. But before, lest we anger them, Bobby, hold on. Contractually, I have to do this.
Sure.
Otherwise, they get mad. So here. Vintage. Okay, we're done. So anyway, and by the way, somebody, I believe it was Drew, a Vintage Card Legacy or something. I was watching a Sammy Thunder live stream, and on it, I think he showed an R432, one of those baseball ones.
Yeah,
and he was waxing poetic about explaining the whole thing. It's like, yeah,
got a bunch.
Go on. So we'll get to it later. I still have it here. So
nobody's really ever documented the full series of that in baseball. I've done all the hockey many years ago, and no one's touched on the baseball or the movie stars on that. And actually, PSA called me on that, and he said, "Do you know anything about the baseball?" I said, "Yeah, you got the wrong year. It's not 1950. It's 1952." And I gave them all the information anyway, so they will be changing their holders soon to the right date, supposedly.
Right. Well, supposedly, we'll see. We'll see how that one goes.
Because if I know something about hockey and they're similar related to baseball or other sports, I will have all that information too. And so I gave them all that information. So going forward, PSA should rectify that. And they had a lot more in baseball than they did in hockey. I think there's 13 or 14 different series of 13, whereas we only had 100 in our set of hockey. So, and movie stars, I have no idea. I haven't really even. I've started documenting it years ago, but they're very hard to find.
Right. So the point was that I do like poking fun at them, have a little fun with them, but the reality is, it's funny is because I do follow a couple of channels and I'll occasionally listen to the odd video. They're even more militant and hardcore complaining about the resellers and scalpers than the sports card guys could ever be. There's a bunch of them that genuinely are offended at the notion of people reselling it for profit. So in a lot of ways, because they're very naive. They're still in as a genre. A lot of them have this idea. It's like, well, we're the real collectors. We collectors, buy this at retail price. We collect the cards, we trade the cards amongst ourselves, and all that.
You mean to tell me none of those guys ever bought anything at a table?
What I'm saying to you is that there are folks that are doing that, but right now they're still in the stage where they're the pariahs. So they're very much in the earlier stage of the collecting side.
Maybe.
And they're looking at the sports card guys going, we don't want to become like these guys. So the irony is that the vintage guys complain about the Pokemon kids, but right now the Pokemon kids are still closer to the collecting naivete.
Yes.
That is long gone from the sports card side.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
So ironically, they're a lot closer to being real collectors still for a lot of them at this stage than the sports card world that we live in. We're all just jaded sports card folks at this point.
Pokemon collectors will shank a reseller. Like, honestly, do you see
those are the old guys that are hanging outside Walmart. The ones that are like the ones that are a little bit younger are like they're the ones mad at the guys hanging outside of Walmart because they want to be able to go to Walmart and just buy their damn box of whatever Pokemon.
Can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Get in line and beat up somebody for a box.
Yeah.
Be normal.
You're right, Pokemon collectors will shank a reseller right now. Yeah, that's the sentiment in that genre right now. They don't like them, the resellers. But
right
there's
now more resellers than there are collectors.
No, there are way more collectors than resellers. The reality is the resellers though are the ones who get to it first. And if you get to it first, you just clear the shelf. So you will get the volume, and if you get the volume, you've got the product. So
basically,
that's a different conversation. Mm-hmm. But that's what I say. Like, to me, whatever. My take on it is I've stayed consistent on this. I don't care. For me, it's fine. And if they have fun with it, honestly, that's great. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not surprised because realistically, a lot of those kids are not watching sports anyway. So why would they give a crap about sports regardless? So I would say again, speaking as a guy who has literally a YouTube channel to talk about his wrestling stuff, a lot of times it's more fun for me to collect that. Doesn't mean I don't collect sports cards. I clearly do. But the reality of it is it depends on what interests you at that time. And for them, if they literally never get into sports and they're not even patronizing the game, or they're not watching the game, why would they suddenly start collecting the cardboard for a game they don't watch?
I think that's a Geoff 3.0 conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you're stuck. Like you're at that point, you can't sell it to them because what are you selling? Like you're selling a product they literally don't patronize, they're not interested in, and they're not following.
I really think it determines whether you're into autographs, you're into old photos, you're into cards, you're into whatever. Everybody has their own niche, their own little lane that they stay in. Some people go in a few different lanes. That's fine, and everybody has their own marketplace. Just leave them to it and let them do what they do.
Yeah. So
I've been doing quite fine for the last 30 years, and I'm still doing well. So I don't have any qualms about, anybody wants to sell new cards or whatever, Pokemon cards. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. I have a market. I have people we have our collectors, and everybody has their collectors. The one thing that bothers me is that, everybody thinks, well, I collect sports cards. That's the main part of the hobby. Yeah, but you're segregated in like 15 different genres, really, of collectors. You have the guys who collect new stuff, ultra modern. You have the vintage. You have the 90s stuff, you have wax, you have all these different things, and I'm just in another area, and I don't have to worry about that. As big as it is, it's actually very small in different niches. You know what I mean? Like people who want young guns, people who want that's a big market, but then you have other markets that are kind of smaller. Medano, very small market. Just saying.
I wish it was a small market. I wish that was true.
It is a very small market in the grand scheme of things.
Not enough. I need it smaller.
Yeah, you would wish it would be smaller. Yes,
I do wish. This is Highlander, Bobby. There should only be one.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Yeah, and you would be the only one. Yes,
that's what I want. The problem is it's not true. Those guys in Europe are screwing me over, and those other guys no.
There's like 6, 7 guys. Yeah, it's tough.
I wish it was 6 or 7. Bobby, you keep trying. Like it's not working. The math doesn't add up. They're eating up a lot of stuff. There's more of them hiding, and I keep finding more every day. Mm-hmm. I'm like, where are you people coming from? Why are you here? Go away.
You can drive them away.
Yeah. At this point, for some of that stuff, it's like, I'm sorry, it's outpacing the trinkets. There's $2,000 Medano cards, and I can't explain it. I don't want to pay it. I'm not doing it, but somebody's doing it.
Obviously.
Yeah. So otherwise, I would have bought it for 50 cents. I want it for $1.50. I'm trying to do this. They're not letting me. Carlos says, what kind of microphone are you using? It seems like a good quality. So this one I grabbed a while ago. It's a company called Elgato that does a lot of the streaming stuff. So they do cameras, they do different things. I'll quickly show it on the screen. You don't have to get somebody. It's good. I like it personally. I'm a fan of it, obviously. I checked out a couple different ones, but this one is the one I wound up with to upgrade the other one. So here it is. It's called Elgato Wave 3. They've got a whole bunch of stuff going on with it. It's literally the one that's on here. I've got it on the arm. So again, you don't have to get that. You can just put it on the desk if you want to, but this has got the arm to go along with it and the little pop filter. So I did all those things just because, and I've now had it for a year or two now, and it's worked pretty good for me. But that's what it is. Just when I do the live stream, I like to have slightly better audio, especially when I do voiceover stuff on the videos. So for me, that's worth it to put a little extra. But now I've had it for a little while, so basically it just pays for itself, and I hang on to it for a while. Stu says here,
well, that's something.
What's that?
No, I'm just reading that. Yeah.
Oh, here. Just looking for a second. Norville Batpeak collector, Canadian Sports Car Hall of Famer from my area of North Dakota. Yeah. Well, for some players, like there is a handful of players that people will be like, "Oh, nobody collects him." Tell it to the Felix Potvin guys. Some of them are hardcore. It's ridiculous. And you sit there like, go look at Felix Potvin's career. You're like, why? Because some of those folks are Toronto fans. They love Felix Potvin, and they will collect everything. And because his checklist is relatively small, they scooped up all the good stuff. So the handful of them there are, Felix Potvin will sell for way more than you possibly think he should in comparison to the career he actually had. Because those handful of guys, when something comes up in the market, they will all attack each other on the streets for it. They will fight to tooth and nail, and they'll pay basically like Gary Cheever's money. They'll pay Hall of Fame goaltender money. And you'll be sitting there like, why? Felix Potvin, it's like, it doesn't matter. It's not for you. It only requires a handful of them to be determined and hell-bent on buying the handful of things that are there, and that drives the price up. That's all it takes.
Yeah. There's, different people in different markets, and you get a few in the same. Watch out. You got competition, and you're paying too much for something, especially Felix Potvin cards.
That's always my favorite example, though. If you pull a good Felix Potvin card, you can get a buyer for it. You will actually make good money on it. You'll sit there and be like, "Oh, Felix Potvin, what?" No, if you pull a decent one, like a nice one, put it on eBay. Those guys will buy it. Like somebody will scoop it up from you. They'll take it from you. You'll make your money back, no problem on that one. That's right. Creating my Norville Baptiste Safe Search now. Can't wait to compete. Love it, Bob. Love it. I love the competition brewing. But yeah. So there it is. All right. So we'll go a couple more minutes. We'll call it end at the top of the hour here. But good stuff, folks. Thank you all for participating. Appreciate you and enjoy it. We covered a lot of ground. We showed some baseball photos. Thank you to Dave for participating and giving us a little background on what he's doing. We had a good conversation, so I think it worked out very nicely. Good luck to Dave, though. That's going to be an interesting venture. We'll be looking on with interest and see how that one turns out. I think he's got a good challenge ahead of him. It'll be interesting to see what he ends up structuring. I agree with you, Bobby, in the sense that I'm not surprised that Dave would like to do it from the perspective of building the community and doing the chat, the live chat thing. I can totally see Dave doing that. He can chat and talk with them and all that. But whatnot is not what I would have put on my bingo card. It was kind of surprising.
That was the surprising part for me too. And his naiveness. Like I said, he's coming out of the flip phone era. He just doesn't understand it right now. And then he's made a couple of great sales, but he had some good stuff, and he has so much good stuff. I don't know if that is the venue to really get rid of a lot of his, his baseballs, his Aaron signed balls, he's got, and 90% of the stuff he's got in person. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, if you wouldn't, you can talk about, wait until he shows you some stuff. And is not the format for that? No, I don't believe it is. But I think maybe for his polo jerseys, yeah. For other things, maybe. Maybe some, some cards, possibly. I just don't see one not being a profitable venture for him beyond. Like, I think he got jaded by his sales of his jerseys. And I think they would have gotten probably more on maybe eBay or something like that. But I'm just saying, maybe, if you're watching, Dave, I don't see that format being right for you. I actually, where I see Dave, and this is just being honest as a friend, I see Dave being a salesman for an auction company, somebody who would give you, be a host for you that would, come in and tell you what your collection's worth and, whether you should consign with them or not. I think he would be a great sales representative for an auction house. Dave is well versed on so many different things. Like, he knows so much. And, he should be hired by somebody, because his age actually is, well, he's 61, but like when you get older, like you have that knowledge, it actually serves you better as being a salesman in that kind of venue than it would anywhere else. So I really believe, I keep telling that to Dave, and he goes, yeah, I believe it. But he tried Whatnot, and I said, Whatnot? Okay, whatever. I'll follow you and I'll look at your stuff, and maybe you made a few bucks, but it's not your path going forward, I don't think, for him. But I really wish him well on that. But we'll see, because we know how it is on resale. We know how it is, how hard it is to buy stuff and resell it, and have a following enough that you'll get enough decent dollars on your items. I just don't see the followers being there on Whatnot for most of the things.
The following thing is the only part that is critical to it.
It's critical, but the right followers is really crucial. If you're getting into sports, I can see that, but are they paying that maximum dollar? I can't see it. When all the stuff is sitting on eBay, just waiting to buy it now at a certain price that you can make an offer on, why would you go live and do that? Like, I don't understand that premise of it. I don't see the prudence in purchasing from somebody, paying more on Whatnot than you would pay on eBay, where you can make an offer on something that is out there. I'm just saying.
Well, I think ironically, my
it's ironic, all right.
My observation is actually is easier if you have the following. I think it's actually easier to sell cheaper items for more than they should go for.
Yes,
on Whatnot.
I believe that. Yes.
Versus the other way around, because I think like the Card Collector 2s and such, when they do their Whatnot shows, they have a following obviously already built in. Yep. So you're selling $5 cards for $8, $9, $10.
Stuff they get out of the $5 bin, they'll get $10 for. If they sell 50
and
of them,
and if you do that in volume, and if you're doing that in volume, you're actually making quite a bit of money on that kind of a transaction. So over the course of that makes sense. But you were able to then leverage your following to do that, which works. And if as long as the people buying are happy, cool. But you've already got a following set to go on that.
It's sort of like my group that I have on Facebook. When I post pickups, I get messages from people going, "Hey, Bobby, is that for sale? Is this for sale? Is this for sale?" I say yes, or no. It depends. And then sometimes I get 5 messages on one item. That's going right to the source, and I didn't really advertise it for sale. I'm just looking at who is out there and who wants, who's interested. Whereas Whatnot, you have a sporadic group of, I don't know who's following you, really. Like, and are they following you at the right time? Is it the timing work for you? Are you going away on the weekend? Are you having a Saturday show? There's so many factors there. It's a really tough thing. If you're doing common things, I can see it. Dollar cards, that you pick up in dollar bin that you can get $3-5 for. The time involved in packaging and shipping them out doesn't really seem profitable to me. Anyways, just saying.
We'll see. We'll kind of follow along with interest and see. Similar to
I'll be
similar
watching.
Similar to the thing I talked about, the podcast, network experiment, because right now it's ongoing.
Yeah,
guy seems to be doing well on it so far, but I can kind of observe it from a distance, and we'll see basically how it plays out. Same concept. We'll observe it from a distance and kind of be like, once down the road here, I'll make sure I do follow up with Dave to get some of those contact points. We'll do what we can. We'll at least offer some of those information and contact points. And if somebody is curious, they can check out what he's doing and see if he shares his wares. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I do wish him the best.
Oh, yeah, of course I do. But I've been doing this for 30 years. So, and I've been pretty good at marketing what I do. So, and I've done very well over those years. So I don't see Whatnot being an option for me. Even if I lived in the States, I really don't see it being an option for me. I don't see it being bringing the right people to the, if you do have a great following, yes, you can do it. If you have amazing following, yes, you could do it. But you'd have to keep that same level of, either it's sports or, football or baseball or what have you, you'd have to keep it in that genre. I don't know if you can do jerseys and you can do baseballs and you can do all these other different things. I don't really think that will work in that sense, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, it's up to him. It's going to be up to him to measures hourly rate. Because here's my thing. I'll throw this in. And this is for live selling in general. It can be done, and it can be done effectively, because I've seen some folks do it really well, and they're actually quite good at it. And it's a combination of following, it's a combination of presentation, it's a combination of building that community thing that we're talking about, but also that community includes certain buyers that have certain tastes. And if you are able to tailor the live show to provide them things that they are interested in, then they'll be like, yeah, I am interested in that. I would like to buy that.
But
therefore you'll make sales.
Yeah. People bidding.
Well, no, if you've got the right people and the right stuff, you can get a mini bidding war going on. Again, it depends on the item.
Yeah.
And it depends on your following. Yeah, because I'll watch some of the resellers.
But it will not be on every item. I understand.
No, it won't be. But that's why I say in the aggregate is where they do very well, because I follow a few of them. They'll have 400 or 500 people on there. And some items will sell probably for a little bit less than they should. But then this other item you think it's $100, and it sells for $450.
Yeah.
Or it sells for this. And then by the time you're done, they've made $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 on a live stream, because in the aggregate they have sold it profitably.
Yeah, and so that's the bigger guys for sure.
Yeah, and you have to be, the irony is you have to have already built your audience so that then they can follow you, and you can then funnel them into Whatnot. It's like, hey guys, this stuff that you're seeing here, we're going to put it up on this Whatnot sale. So you showcase the items already, and then you send them over to the platform where they're going to buy it.
Well, he's talking about, putting out his errand balls and stuff like that he got done in person and stuff like that. Ted Williams and all these things. And I'm sitting there going, it's not the platform you want to be on for selling a ball like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
For me, it just comes down to the app is not as user-friendly as I'd like it to be. Even if that's why I said, for me, if they had fixed some of the issues they had with the app, even for, like I said, brakes, it's beautifully situated for brakes. It's actually well designed for
it is.
It actually works really nicely.
Yes, it does.
So, but Whatnot's inability to make an app that functions correctly for, like, say, somebody like me means that some of those sellers made less money because I would have bought into the brake.
You as being you, or you being Canadian?
Yeah, Canadian in this case, just through the app and everything.
Yeah,
so, like, there are situations where what the actual slot for a certain spot character sold for, I would have paid more than that. But you made it inaccessible to me because of the way you structured this. So even American dollars or not, I would have paid it because I was okay with the price.
Sure.
But you just lost the sale because you basically created a barrier for me. And now I can't, even if I'd be willing to.
Yes.
You actually prevented me as a buyer from patronizing.
And that's the thing I say about Rob, what's his name from this card company, that he went to Fanatics. He went there exclusively.
Oh, Burbank. Yeah, Burbank.
Yeah, Rob's it. Yeah. That he took himself off of eBay. If you don't shop on, Fanatics, and you basically use eBay and a few other formats, you're kind of, if you don't go there, you miss it. And Rob Barris is, I'm not putting him down. I'm just saying, going exclusively, he got some money to do something there exclusively. And, I think he hurt his business a little bit on taking off of eBay. That's just simple commerce for me. I just like every platform that you can be on. Don't take it away. Don't be exclusive. But he went exclusive. So, and he'll still do well. It doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, I just think it was not beneficial to, people who are, everywhere. Like everybody's on the eBay at one point in time, but I've never been on Fanatics. Maybe I'm missing stuff. I have no idea, but I don't think so. Just saying.
Well, I think it depends on what you're looking for. I bought stuff on Fanatics.
Well,
I bought Fanatics last week.
Cards. Okay, I'm looking for certain cards. Okay, yeah. Am I going to find them there? Me. And find them on eBay? Yes, I will. Fanatics. I don't think super deals on Fanatics. I think there's super deals on eBay. Guaranteed.
There can be.
No, more so one than other, for sure, 100%. There's no differentiating that. You have the people that are in the know are on Fanatics because they know Fanatics. The people who are not in the know are on eBay. Yes, guaranteed, 100%. no difference between the two. Big difference between the two. Yes, there is.
Should call it What's the Problem Now? I think that'd be a valid name. Bubbles says Burbank probably got tired of being undercut on every card. It is the thing. Their price point is not competitive all the time.
Well,
although
it's
I
not
will
like
say
Fanatics is cheaper, right?
they basically are putting the same price. Yeah.
Yeah, same price.
Now I will say that they do have, so there is one downside to kind of the way Burbank did their stuff. And it's actually very funny. I actually bought a card from Burbank on Fanatics because I was curious. I needed to know. I got to know.
Oh, okay.
So I did purchase an item on there. Problem is Burbank is the one doing the fulfillment.
Yeah.
Everything else with Fanatics is in the Fanatics vault. And then you can basically put it in the vault and then ship it to yourself consolidated. Whenever you're ready, just say, hey, ship me all my stuff, send it all. Boom, done. Because Burbank is the one fulfilling it, Burbank is sending it to you. So if you don't fill up a shopping cart full of stuff and you're buying onesies, twosies, you're getting charged a full shipping fee for one item, which is a very aggressive shipping fee. I bought it and I actually paid quite a bit for shipping, all things considered, for one item.
Wow.
So the issue wasn't Fanatics' platform. I was able to buy the card I was even able to make an offer and get a price that I was happy with.
It's the
So it was the way they've set it up because they want to fulfill their own stuff. It doesn't have necessarily, unless you buy it literally the same time, it doesn't have the ability to consolidate it for you to combine the shipping the way you would want.
So it doesn't hold it in a cart for you or anything like that.
Yeah. Because if they did the thing where I could say, put it in the vault and then I'll ship all my Fanatic stuff at the same time, that'd be different. Because then I'm not worried about the shipping until I'm ready to ship everything.
Yeah.
But one at a time, like if I only bought the one card,
cost. Yeah.
It made it more expensive. Yes. So that's the issue with that one. And that's because of the way Burbank wants to be the fulfillment for it. Well, that creates a bit of a hiccup with that.
Yeah,
that's an issue.
Yeah.
So, like I said, that's not Fanatics' problem. They didn't do anything wrong. It's just the way that they've set it up.
Yeah, it's
the way that Burbank did, the way they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So they went a long time without doing the eBay standard envelope. Yep. Unfortunate. Like I said, I bought stuff from Burbank, both on eBay and obviously on Fanatics. I wanted to try it. The experience has been okay. They're usually pretty good about it, and they will accept offers and they will adjust pricing sometimes. Depends on the item. So sometimes they will adjust pricing on it. But like I said, the consolidation thing is so key, though. It's so important now, especially because now
especially when Vault's been around for such a long time now. You think it would be there.
Yeah, I need to be able to do that because if I'm paying individual shipping costs on all items that I'm purchasing, that is just an obscene cost. Yeah. If I could combine things or shrink it in whatever way possible, send it to one place and then ship it one time, and I can control that cost a little bit, it's much better.
So much easier, yeah.
Much better, for sure. Good stuff. All right, so I think that's good. I think that's good for tonight. Any last thoughts before we head out?
Nope.
All right, so I think that'll be it for us. So thank you to Eric for continuing his Stevie Wonder impression. Also, he will be, as we speak, he is building the Geoff Wilson Shrine. It should be ready anytime now. Unfortunately, the war with Teapot is still on. We haven't resolved that. We haven't. Thunderdome maybe the only way.
I'm waiting for Thunderdome. I would pay big money for that. Yes,
I really do think Thunderdome is. And we said it when Eric was here. We're going to repeat it now. We will betray him so hard. Like the betrayal is it's so obvious. Like it's not like we're hiding it from. Like the betrayal is we're leading with we will betray you immediately with the quickness. It won't even be hesitation on this. So I think Eric is trifling with forces he should not be messing with. Is all I'm saying.
That's why he's wearing the sunglasses, maybe.
Yeah,
it's Eric.
Bad decisions were made. Yeah. If you check this out on replay, I will include links in the description to anything that we talked about. We did have a handful of articles, so I will include that for you. So we've got that on there. Again, once I confirm contact points with Dave, I'll include that on there as well. So I think that's going to be a thing there. So that should be all right. And we'll make sure we include that as well. And we wish him, like I said, luck in his endeavor. Regardless, we do support Dave in his attempts. So we want him to do well. So hopefully he does. So we'll make sure that to the best of our ability, we'll try to support him in that regard. Yeah. Because I'm Carlos should triple team on Teapot. Absolutely not. We will betray Eric with the quickness. And it's not even Teapot thing. It's like, it doesn't matter. Pick the field. We're supporting them. We're betraying Eric.
True
we're
enough.
betraying Eric.
Yes,
yeah,
we
like
are.
that's not even. We're not picky. Whoever. It's fine. But we'll see.
I still would like to see Thunder now. So
I think it's a dream we all have.
it is, yeah.
Now, tonight, because of the nature of the episode, I didn't want to invoke AMG, so I'm going to leave them be tonight.
Okay.
We will bring them back. We will bring them back next week. But I do, as always, I do thank AMG in general for supporting the podcast, the live stream, and the channel. They're always part of what we talk about. There are links in the description for that as well. I didn't have time to give a full-fledged promo. And also, it's Eric's scandalousness. Did we want to invoke that during that? Not this week. We wanted to kind of like, let's give a little separation here. Next week, we will be back to regularly scheduled programming. I may bring back some of the talking head videos, though. I'm kind of enjoying. I feel like I'm back, Bobby. This week, the last couple of weeks have kind of inspired. They've reinvigorated my soul. It's brought back some of my zest.
So it seems.
Yes, but that's it. All right, that's it for everybody. For everything else, thank you everybody for participating and joining in. Also, thanks. Yes, that's right. With the Jeffy Pooh saying, no, we have to leave it out. AMG must be exempted from this horribleness. We will all move on as a people.
Yes.
Onto other things next week.
Here.
Yeah. We move on to it. On to other things next week. There will be a podcast episode next week, as always. It will drop on Tuesday. Friday live stream as always. And if I get in a mood, there may be a talking head video. We'll see what happens. But we've already got some good stuff this week. So if you haven't already seen it, check out some of the videos from this week. There's already a couple of good ones. So that's it. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, everybody else. Catch you in the next one.